Stop it!
Oh, flattery will get you everywhere. Oh, flattery will get you everywhere. Oh, flattery will get you everywhere.
Stop it! Stop it!
Ooh, what is? Oh my, that makes me all quivery.
Hello, lovelies. I've got a Be More Moomin loading screen today. How's everybody doing? As you can see, we are starting at a later time than usual because I was out for dinner, but I got here in the end. So let me just let me show you what I'm doing, and then let me come and catch up on
Stop it!
on chat. She says, and then doesn't. So hello everybody, hello everybody who is in chat. Hello Moomin, hello Ignatius, hello Ruffle, hello Myra, hello Madoon. Who else have we got? Hello Yups. Hi Bun. I missed anybody? Have I got you all? Hello, anybody else who is lurking in chat. So today we're going to be on guidance. I'm just leaving from Exodus, but I did a bit of pre-prep. So that's my tree house that I was building a couple of streams ago. I've popped this building up this week, and I was slightly concerned as I was popping this building up because Worm has been crashing nigh on constantly for me all week. that I had discovered a bugged tile right in the middle of my event deed. But the good news is I don't think it's a bugged tile, because the bad news is I've crashed loads of other places as well. So my stream notice about tech goblins is back. No sooner had I turned it off than I started getting worm crashes and blue screen issues again. Then my laptop may have to go for repair again. I really hope not, but we'll see. So yeah, I've now got two buildings built. 3 if you count my fabulous little gateway entrance there on the event deed. I'm chipping away at it slowly. Oh, I know, I have been busy. I can pop up a building in record time when I set my mind to it, and that wasn't even with any days off work. But anyway, it's lovely to see you all. Speaking of archery, Ruffle, I am now proficient in archery in real life, which means I can join Archery GB and I can join any registered archery club. I was over at an archery shop today looking at all the goodies because I'm a kit junkie, and turns out I have quite short arms. So for anybody who knows anything about archery, that means I need to go with like the smallest length riser and the smallest limbs. So I'm going to have a dinky little bow, recurve bow, for anybody who's into that kind of stuff. Not sure I could manage a long bow, but that's my new hobby. And your archery puns are not appreciated. I might have smiled a little bit, but they don't have animals in, so they are not an acceptable kind of pun. Lifetime since you've done archery. Yeah, it had been for me as well. I think the last time I did it, I must have been a teenager, and that was really just, I think I got to try it on an away trip with school. It's not something that I ever actually did as a hobby. But for the past about sort of, I don't know, 3 or 4 times over the past 6 weeks, I've been going and doing an archery course and learning all the basics and all of the safety stuff, and showing some promise. So I'm now at the stage where I am considered proficient. I've got a certificate and everything that says so, which allows me to register, get insured, join clubs, stuff like that. So I don't actually need to talk to them to drop my horse off, do I? So anyway, at the moment, we are over on Exodus, but we are soon, very shortly, to hop over to Guidance. I'm injured. I think that's because I rode through thorns when I wasn't paying attention. That's just, I haven't got anything to heal myself with because I have prepared. So I am in entirely starter gear. One of the few times you'll actually get to see Crim's whole face. I might even be nice and sort of turn towards the sun so you can see it properly. There you go. Rare Crim without mask on, or my fancy hat or anything. I feel quite naked. But, so because I don't quite trust taking my stuff across clusters, I'm still, I'm afraid, in the habit of dropping absolutely everything I own onto another toon before I cross clusters. And in this case, I dropped them on a starter toon, and I had the starter toon give me their kit so that I don't show up on Guidance completely naked. So everything that I've got should be a starter item, including the backpack. But that does mean I have no cotton to heal myself. So is it going to give me a cooldown? No, it's not. We can go. Ooh, a striking resemblance. A striking resemblance what, Ignatius? Hang on, let me just catch up. Have I missed something? You were on Delhi for a year and it never... Wait. Okay, let me just scroll back. Something about being quivery. Oh, I see, about Ruffle hanging out in Delhi because she's picking up on all the Bun's bad punning habits. Now I'm caught up. So, we do not want to be on the Southern Freedom Isles. We are going to go back and visit Guidance, which I haven't been to since last summer. It hasn't been quite a year since we left Guidance when Calvert and I were running around, sailing around Guidance. I think we did that from sort of end of June through to late August, maybe. But Guidance opened on, I think, the 28th of June. It's coming up fairly swiftly anyway. It's been almost a year. And I know several of you were on Guidance with us at the same time. We all settled around a little seal lake and things. So I thought it might just be a nice opportunity to go and have a nosy and see what's changed on guidance, if anything, how the population's doing over there, if the landscape is now unrecognizable, because it was transforming really very fast, even in the time that we were streaming there, from that kind of first week. And the weeks that followed, the whole landscape started to change. And I kind of wonder if it's changed a load more, if it's quietened down a little bit now. I know they've introduced a few new rules for guidance for things like pens. So we'll see. I am absolutely going to visit Seal Lake, Madoon. I'm going to go and have a look and see if anybody is resident there now, if it's all just returned to grass, all that farmland and terraforming gone, maybe just a little road left. And Mimas' guard tower, of course, that we built. So we're going to find out. So looks like the start town is still New Dawn. For anybody who's not sure what I'm talking about there, on one of our later streams, I don't know if it was the last or the penultimate stream that Calvert and I did over on guidance, we discovered with a tip from somebody that there is actually a second secret starter town on guidance that is not currently activated, somewhere over here. And that was a very exciting discovery, presumably. So at some point, if the space around here gets too terraformed, too populated or whatever, they could hop over the other side. But for now, it looks like it's still New Dawn. So hold your breath. Woo. Back on guidance, and it has been a while. You have an alt at Sea Lake from when you went for a nosy the other day. Well, you could come and run along with me then, Ruffle, on your alt. So has it just taken all of my gear back off me? That's rude. What? Oh. I'm confused. Why do I have... Oh, no, it has taken it all off me. Look at that. It's just that on my... It's not actually showing on my graphics. We found this before as well. Like sometimes when we would come back through the portal from guidance, we would still be wearing our guidance gear. Or actually, it was our cluster gear, wasn't it? So when we come back from NFI, we'd still look like we were wearing our NFI gear on SFI. And it's a graphics thing. But I don't quite know why it takes all of your equipment off you when you cluster hop. Remind you what you're supposed to be doing. What is she supposed to be doing? She's been terraforming all week, I know that, trying to prepare floof shear. Let's equip that. Does that mean I'm going to have to reset my tool belt? No, that's still the same. I suppose I should equip a shield. Not that I have much shield skill at all, as those of you who will have seen me in my pirate gear know. I'm really not very good with a longsword, not very good with a shield, but we're on guidance, so everything's capped at 30 anyway. Oh, look at that. Look at that, that's making me cry. Had I got my swords up to 30? I had. Okay, so my longsword is as good as it can be on this server anyway. I'm on aggressive fighting though, and I wonder if I should switch back to normal. So does anybody actually know, in terms of, I assume that your aggressive, normal and defensive fighting affects things like, I don't know, maybe like the amount that you parry instead of fighting back. So I really notice it when I have switched accidentally to one of these. And by I really notice it, what I mean is I fight shit for about a week. And I comment, even on stream, about, oh God, I'm not fighting well today. And somehow it doesn't occur to me I've probably accidentally hopped away from aggressive. But I know when I started doing sword and board, I switched over to normal fighting, and boy, did I notice the difference, because I am not skilled in that at all. Head over to test to try the docks. Do you know what? I've never been on the test servers. But I did. I had just finished prepping. I had just finished prepping for today's stream when they announced that development update. So I hurriedly made myself a news page before I shot out.
Hello.
So we will have a quick talk about, maybe not such a quick talk, about that development update, because there is a lot packed in it. And they did say in it that some of it is on the test server. Although they are not yet ushering people over to the test server. When they've got it set up properly, they said they will put out announcements to encourage people over to the test server. But it is on there. You could go and have a peek. Now, I don't think I did any of the starter stuff on Crim, because when I was here before last summer, although I brought Crim over here a couple of times, I was mostly on a guidance special toon, Crimson Sky, who is now back on release being a care slot alt. So those quests are all still unfulfilled for actual Crim. But let's go and have a look-see, because, see, this... God, look at that. Without the terrain rendering from here, as in without the sort of like the trees and the buildings and things, you can see the extent of the settlements. And when we first came over here, like this was all forest. This forest here extended all the way to this mountain. And this was, I think, just mostly grassland and some woodlands. And now it is all properly opened out. Also, now I'm on guidance, I suppose I should probably tell them here as well. But I mean, Calvert and I on our adventures, we sailed around all of the coasts of guidance, around all of the continents. We went karting around. I think we went up this way and explored some of this area around here, and down that way and explored some of that area down there. But I think the first place I'm going to head for is Seal Lake, where we all settled. And on that first stream that Calvert did, where we were all going and settling in the first, I think it must have been the first week of guidance, the route that we took was a slower one. We went all the way down to the sea, because you could just about see the sea past the tree lines. And then we just followed the coast until we found a spot. Now, there is actually a much more straightforward route if I cut diagonally across here. I don't know, I almost kind of want to see... And I'm going to cut diagonally across here, and then I think as I wend my way back, I'm going to see what's happened over here. So maybe we will start over at Seal Lake. These are woven fences, so I'm going to be able to run straight through them. I'm not going the long way around, but I will be the long way back. There's a new road through here. This wasn't here before. I see the infrastructure is now spreading through the woods. I wonder if there's any of those very, very damaged troll mounds left from when guidance briefly had troll mounds and wasn't supposed to. We had a rowing boat here, of course, which I imagine is long, long decayed now, along with all of our buildings. This has had some pretty hefty terraforming as well over here. Like this is almost terraced now. We've got some flat bits over here. This was definitely a much gentler hill. Somebody's dug that right down, I guess. Maybe looking to find the rock layer to get in and go mining. Hello, Vulcan. Nice to see you. What am I missing, Ruffle? You are currently surface mining for a break. I think it will be obvious which is you when I see it.
Stop it.
I'm sure it will. I'm sure it will. Did you leave some unfermented moonshine behind? What, on guidance? Or on deliverance? Now my trajectory might be a little bit off, but I know it is more or less. I think I probably want to go just a little bit more that way. But basically we could just cut diagonally across through the woods to Seal Lake when we were going back and forth on the regular. Oh, that's a brand new road. Oh, roads that were not there before. But I don't think anybody has done a diagonal road all the way to Seal Lake. So I'll be going cross country for a bit, but that's fine. I can take care of myself, probably. They changed stuff. How dare they? I know, Moomin. I'll go and have a look at all of the places that you... I mean, in fairness, most of us settled around that lake, but Moomin, I know you were a little way over from us. I'll go and have a look at the spot where you were as well. Because I assume that you haven't you haven't been maintaining your house over here either. I know that the Seal Lake crew will... we've got another road down here as well. What happened to the wilderness, guys? Yeah, Vulcan, I was just talking about that. Like, I just finished prepping for the stream tonight because I was out this evening, which is why I was starting later. And then they dropped that development update. I was done and everything. And then I had to, like, hurriedly read up, whip up a new news screen. We'll pause and talk about that in a little bit. Wolf might have suggested I go over to the test server, but I don't even know how. Although, for once, when I got my laptop fixed, I had to, like, we wiped everything on it and reinstalled it, and this time, for the first time, I let it install all of the worm clients instead of just the one I use. So I do actually have a test client there, but I don't even know how the test one works. I don't know. We could go and have a nosy, but it's something I have no experience in, so it might just go very, very terribly. So right now I'm just plodding I want to say aimlessly, not quite aimlessly, through the woods, but it is entirely possible that I've gotten turned around because we know what my sense of direction's like. But these roads are throwing me. I was used to running across grassland and thick woods all the way till I found the lake, and now look at this. Look at all of this. Oh. I can tell you what, you can tell that the population has declined from how many have we got? How many have we got? Because Freedom Chat on Guidance used to be oh look, I nailed it. The lake's right there. Freedom Chat on Guidance used to be one of the most active chats. Right into sort of like late summer, early autumn. There was always like a hive of sort of conversation, multiple conversations going on in Freedom. 8 other players online. Whereas I guess back in like even into the autumn, we were probably at what, sort of 40, 50 people on Guidance at a time. So I think it's going to be pretty deserted. We'd all settled right at the far end of this lake over here in this cluster. So that is what I am now heading over towards. Locked chest. Look at these. We've got some abandoned pieces of, I guess, people's starter deeds. I mean, maybe not so abandoned, but what was that? A calf. But I don't know, carts and boats and things. That's pretty purpley looking. Hasn't even been dyed. I'm going to be very good, and I'm not going to go repairing anything on Guidance because Guidance is set up to have stuff decay faster. But I will repair guard towers if and when I pass them, if they need it. Yeah, it is really nice to hear what's happening. As Ruffle says, like, it's nice to just get an update, even if the update is we're still working on these things. You know, I mean, obviously it's nice to have the new stuff teased as well. There was really quite a lot crammed into that development update. And I think even if you read it quite carefully on first glance, there's still kind of more to pick up on a second read. Myra pointed out the lovely doors on those log cabins, and I was like, ooh, log cabins. And then I spotted the doors, and I was like, oh my god, doors! New doors! Yes! We'll go and have a little nosy around, and then we'll stop and we'll do a little... when I get over to, I suppose, where my original treehouse was, because I first built a little treehouse over here to kind of test the theory. And now, of course, I've built a bigger one, my treehouse micropub on Exodus. See, this is an active farm field. This person is he's clearly still around, and we've got a lurker in the sheep. Ruffle, is that you? Lurker in the sheep. Hello, Taka. We are just heading over to Seal Lake. So, I will show you, in fact. So we started at New Dawn, and back when we all settled here last summer, we settled around this little lake here. Called Sea Lake. So there you go. Moomin was over there. Ruffle and Mimas and I were over here. And Griff had a shack down here, Factional Fight Brothers Griff. And there were a few others about. And I mean, we spent much of our guidance streams actually going and exploring the lands that nobody had yet gone to. But we also did do a good little bit of wandering around here. Calvert never officially had a residence here. And we went down to the academy and things like that. So at the moment, I have just made it up to, and I'm now running around the edge of this little lake, just here. Oh, you think the docks are a building, so you'd guess no to highways. You never went cross. Did you always follow the road, Madoon? I always shot through the woods after that first time. So are you over on the test server at the moment, Vulcan, playing with things? I tell you what, I'm going to take my headphones off and I'm going to tie my hair up because I'm quite warm now. Not helping the fact that I ran home. I mean, I drove home, but, you know, I was in a hurry. So I'm going to take these off just a second.
Oh my. That makes me all quivery.
Much better. Much better. Whew. Suppose I'm Barry White for the sheep. Yeah, I mean, I've been advocating for more news as well. Like, even if there isn't actually updates to give us, I think regular news is the way forward, because when there's no news, people don't know if it's because there's no news or if it's because somebody's dropped the ball and they're just not communicating. And I think that's what they're aiming for now. We're hoping for more regular communication, getting Valray International as a more regular feature again, to tell us, where we're at, if and when things have moved on, if they're still working on things but there's no real news to give, and just so that communication cycle is regular, so people don't feel abandoned. And I think that's a really kind of important bit. So, I mean, this was all. You can still see the roadways here, because a whole load of little houses and huts had hopped up all the way along here. By the time that we left guidance, when we first came here, there wasn't anybody building here, and we were all just clustered around the end. But there was a sort of a spread of houses and huts and things that then happened over the course of that summer, and you can still see all of the roadways from it. But evidently we're just a little bit too far from town. I'd be interested to see, Mimas, if your tunnel out to the sea is still intact, because I imagine that's one of the things that would have made this lake more accessible for people on other bits of coast, or people wanting to get out of the coast if they settled here temporarily. But I guess also as the population has dropped here a bit, because it was never intended to be a permanent place to settle. When it was really buoyant with activity, with new people, and veteran players coming over to help, it was probably a community that people stuck around for a little bit longer. But I guess as it gets quieter, you sort of get a bit of a snowball effect. There's less activity over on here, less people talking, so people tend to stay here less long. I'm trying to think what I need for. Can I get cotton from umbellifers? I know I can get it from. Sort of critter nests, and there we go. One of those might give me cotton. Just in case, because I am squishy. I no longer have. Are you leading that sheep? I no longer have life transfer on my weapon. I am not wearing my super special gear, and although Crim is a relatively competent fighter, by relatively competent I mean, have I now gone back over 90 after I jumped off Dragon Fang? 92. There you go. So she's a relatively competent fighter, but still relies pretty heavily, to be honest, on having enchanted gear. It makes such a difference to your survivability. So for anybody who is feeling very, very squishy, however long you've been in the game, and has not yet gotten themselves some enchanted gear in particular, weapon with life transfer will do you the world of good in terms of how squishy you do or don't feel. So this is our local ruffle, as you can tell. She was quite right. I did not need to ask if that was her. Yeah, so your survivability would be massively improved with just a little bit of enchanted gear if you don't already have it. But from the people who I know are in chat, I know you guys are all pretty well kitted out. But if you're not, there's another Impelon coming up on the Southern Freedom Isles. I don't know if there's another one coming up on NFI. But we've got the Friendalong coming up in July. So lurker in the sheep. I know, Bun, it sounds a bit rude, doesn't it? But it's a pun, Bun. So you should be thrilled. She made a tune that is a pun. Happy to see all the trees. Moomin. It did, but you know what? I actually quite liked that about it, though. So when we first came to Guidance, you had these beautiful big open meadows, whereas, of course, once you've been on a server for a while, you get that spread of like grape bushes and things like that. The fruit trees really start to spread, and all of the terrain is either much more densely wooded or much more thick. Now, we always had a kind of a mixed woodland here, but one of the things that Calvert and I really noticed when we went sailing is that we were finding whole clusters of just one wood type, and you don't ever see that on established servers anymore. We found entire forests that were just maple or just linden, or, and you only really get that at server start, where things are seeded, I guess, and then sort of nature takes hold. Did I get... No, I did not get cotton, so I do need to keep an eye out for more animal burrows, critters' nests, things that will get me cotton. I don't think roots and bulbs do. Thicket or undergrowth might. You can tell how often I have to forage for cotton. Not terribly often. But we're just coming up on the spot where, so Madoon, you would have been settled just here, right? I tell you what, I'm still scrolled up a little bit on chat, so. Taka, you're on guidance and cadence and harmony all at the same time. There was a lot of griefing around the time you left. Yeah, I remember that. And I wonder if in a way that's partly what's led to the guidance, the changes, the rules on guidance. Like, I don't know if it was people intentionally griefing. I don't know if it was some kind of, I don't know, concern about there not being enough passive spawns and people penning them in that led to a bunch of that griefing. And so one of the ways they tackled the problems there was like, okay, let's not have off yard pens. Let's have a look. See, you didn't come up with it. Did Bun suggest it? Ruffle, that name. No, Taka, don't worry about coming and giving me cotton. It's just I feel like it would be sensible of me to have a bit of cotton just in case. I mean, there's nothing really on guidance which is going to hit me so hard that I'm going to get in trouble. But I really notice on Crim when I switch to a weapon that isn't life transfer, more so when I face things like trolls and scorpions, let's be honest, like in clusters. But I don't realise just how much life transfer keeps me not having to heal myself until I have a weapon that does not have it on. But I think the worst I'm going to encounter over here is bears, or if I get in the water, you know, I'm not going to go pick a fight with a whale, but maybe with a shark. I could swim somewhere. I was considering whether I needed to, like, make myself another rowboat, but that is an awful lot of faff. It's something like, I don't know, 170, 180 odd items. The canoe, however, slow as it goes. The canoe is really, really very quick to make, so I could knock me up a canoe if I wanted to go somewhere. Evidently, I'm either not foraging in the right places, or have just not yet been lucky. So Madoon had a spot here. This was where Madoon's house was. My boat is still here. Oh my god, I could have sworn it went. Did you actually get a champ goblin on guidance, Moomin? I'll show you one. Well, not a champ goblin. I'll show you a goblin leader on guidance in a minute, for anybody who missed it the first time round. Yeah, so Madoon was here. This is Mima's boat cave, and actually if my boat is still... The Revenge. If the boat is still kind of upright, I'll repair it up and we'll go and see if there's still actually a way through to the coast. So yeah, Madoon/Taro lived in this spot just over here, just around the corner. This is Mima's tunnel out to the coast. Mima's had a spot just here. That was where Mima's house was. Can I repair your boat as well? I mean, I can. Which boat is yours, Madoon? Is that the Revenge? Let's go and have a look-see. Ruffle's already done it for you. There you go. So Mima's had this little lovely spot just here. I think that's Mima's original road as well. And this is the guard tower that we all collaborated on up here, which I think Ruffle repaired quite recently, so that should be in pretty good nick. But we'll go and have a little look-see and just see what state it's in. And then Ruffle and I were over there. I'll go show you that in a minute. And then I will show you some exciting before and after pictures. I mean, they're not really before and after pictures because we didn't take very good records when we first came here, but I've got some pictures from when we were last on guidance. Maybe while we're there, we'll stop and we'll talk about the dev updates as well, because that's kind of exciting. So what are we at? Quality 28. So that's still, what, 2 guards? 3 guards? Is it 1 + 1 for every 10, or is it just 1 for every 10? I can never remember with guard towers. But still intact. Ruffle repaired it recently, so it is not damaged. I've just missed the purpling. And that's the new guidance Start Town beam. It means now running home, like running cross-country back to New Dawn, would actually be a lot easier, whereas I used to just kind of eyeball it. Now there's a great big beam. Doesn't help me getting here, but would help me getting back. 1 for every 10 up to 50 QL max. Wait. So you get 1 guard for every 10. Oh, do you mean on guidance it's up to 50 QL max? Because on normal guard towers you can definitely get more than 5, right? Guard tower there is really a legacy. Yeah, it is. What? No, you... Can you not get more than 5 guards without rarity on a guard tower? Really? I just learnt a new thing. I was sure I've managed to summon at least 6 from mine in 3 sets, but maybe not. Maybe I'm just pulling the same ones back out. Whew. So this bumpy little path went round to where my treehouse was, which is where Ruffle now is, over there. Just gonna look. It's our boat. Ah. I honestly thought that would have sunk by now. Ruffle, has it not sunk because you've been repairing it? Like, was it almost dead? Or is it just that actually boats do last a fair while over here? I mean, it was a rowboat. A canoe would have gone much quicker, but... there's a few canoes around here. So this was me and Ruffle's boat. And Calvert's, I suppose. Still not finding me any cotton. No, it was pretty much fine. Well, there we go. God, I could have sworn God Towers had more than that. So rarity increases the cap, so you can still have your God Tower as high as you like, but functionally you don't get anything more except reduced decay over 50 QL unless you happen to have rared it. So there's been a little bit of terraforming here. I think someone's dug down just a little bit, but there you go. In fact, my larder's still there. Whee! Look at this. Look at this. Have any of these actually got my toon's name on it? Damage 60. I don't think the coffer would have been mine. So, because you got into my house, if my altar's just there, hang on, I've got to orient myself now. So my house had a footprint that covered like those 4, this 5, it was like a 5-tile footprint house, I think, over this space. Or actually it must have been a bit further back, mustn't it? Because that's slope. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So actually, yes, that probably was my coffer. That would have been the coffer beside my bed. I kind of feel compelled to repair it for old time's sake. So my coffer, my larder, my altar, and my boat are all that remains of the treehouse. And my willow tree. I mean, I planted that willow tree. The first one I planted got chopped down, but evidently the second one survived. I had little lamps here that sort of giving a little glow under the willow. Under the willow. Right, there we go. Coffer repaired. And my bear fountain has survived. To be honest, I'm surprised the larder's in as good nick as that. But while we're here, let's have a drink. And my tiny little mine, which occasionally spawned me a cave bug so that I could make myself some red dye, has been collecting passives apparently instead. My little mine that trapped a couple of people because while we were still figuring out those yard rules in the beginning, there was something around your yard could cover a mine entrance, except that then of course when your mine door decayed, it meant that people could drop into it. I don't know, it was a bit of a mess. You had a grove of fruit trees and bushes, and then someone bashed their way into your yard and chopped them all down. Okay, that is griefing. That is griefing. Fun! I just caught that pun. How damaged was the wall fountain? Quite, but then I don't think I ever really upgraded it. So now that I've duly gone and repaired a few pieces of furniture for anybody who wants them, out of interest, did I secure these? I did. So I tell you what I am going to do. I'm going to unsecure these. So if anybody wants to come and get themselves a free larder, I don't think I can unsecure that without a cart, unfortunately. Although actually that's not been secured. But there you go. My larder's now unsecured if anybody would like it. My pokey little mine. Oh, one of my forges survives. The one in the cave, not the one out. Interestingly, so does my lamp. Why has my lamp survived in the mine when the lamps out of the mine haven't? I mean, look at that. And it won't let me unsecure it because, of course, it's Crimson Skies, not mine. But I'm kind of surprised in a way. Do mines protect? Yeah, mines have reduced decay. I'm surprised it's that much of a difference, though. That was pretty significant. Only one tile has collapsed because this was a little 3x3. Or 3x4. 3x4. So one tile has collapsed in the time since I left this. It was mostly reinforced the rest, so I guess one of the reinforcements has gone behind this, and then a tile has collapsed. So this is my little spot. This is where my treehouse was, and I'm just going to go over here. This is where Ruffle had her place with her Mosswatcher tune. So any of you who saw the guidance streams, or if ever you're going back and watching, they're all on Calvert's channel, not mine, because it was before I was streaming under my own auspices. If you ever go back and watch the guidance ones, if you didn't see them at the time, we pretty much always, other than after the first one, started and finished from this point right here and set off various places in our boat or in our cart. So this is Ruffle's spot over here where Moss had her hut, and Ruffle's mine just up the hill, I think. And look, there's Moss's Moss. Moss's house is now your planning office at Floofshire. I'm kind of sad in a way. You know what? I did sort of intend to do that, to pack up the treehouse before it completely decayed, and then just deploy it somewhere on the other servers. But I forgot, and I did in the end just let it decay away. But you know what? It's on stream. It's preserved in another way. Little collection of horses over here in Ruffle's mine. But evidently Seal Lake no longer has a population, except for that one house with an active farm over the other side. But the boat's still there, so I'm going to be able to hop in the boat and maybe take that out to the coast. I'm going to go over and have a look at the spot where Moomin was. You took your testing house and deployed it as a farm storage on Harmony. Nice. You pranked Mimas when she went on holiday. Put 24 canoes in her underground harbour. Nice. Nice. So I'm going to forage this one. Going to go back over here, and then I'm going to show you a couple of pictures from when we were here last time, including the only time, as far as I'm aware, that guidance had a goblin leader on it. Couldn't see your mine, Madoon, so you guess it's collapsed. Well, it might be that the mine is still intact, but that the entrance has collapsed, so if you were curious, you could probably just mine your way back into it. Did we get any cotton that time? We got some wool. That'll do. That'll do, pig. Look at that. So there you go. Quite a few of us had access to this one. So that was Calvert. Scout 6 was Calvert's scout over here. Obviously, these are all Ruffles. These were me's, and that was Mimas's tune over here. So the treehouse would have been here where I've just been repairing stuff. And tell you what, let's hop over and have a look at the very few pictures I've managed to scrounge up from my time over on guidance. She says. There we go. Look at that. So there's a little glimpse of my treehouse just down there at the bottom. That was in the spot that I was facing just there. So that was the little hut that I had over here in this bit of Seal Lake when we were on guidance. And I think I was last over here probably sometime late August, maybe September of last year. Those two views up the top, actually, I might just climb up the hillside before I go get in the boat and go anywhere, because they were from quite near here when we were talking about Calvert building a house here as well. As we know, Calvert likes to go yeeting himself up mountainsides, and we found a way up the mountainside behind here, which was a bit tricky at first, but there were some really nice views there, so I might just sneak up there and go and have a look and see if the views have changed at all. I don't imagine they will have, but you never know. Coasts do change fast. Madoon, you still have your house in a box? Well, I mean, I suppose Crimson Sky would still have the box, so she could always come back here and build something, or I imagine...
Time for science!
I imagine I could come and build something here and use her box, or if I cared to, I could go and actually do the tutorial quests with Crim over here to make a house in a box to take with me. I quite like the idea of just having a house in a box, you know, for emergencies. I was kind of sad though. I was excited when they brought it out, and then I was sad when I discovered that that you can't just keep deploying it. It's a once only, because I quite liked the idea of like a pop-up house that I could then just take on the road with me. mind you, the number of tunes that I have for care slot tunes, I suppose I could effectively keep doing it with a different box every time and effectively then have a pop-up house. I assume that it only works on guidance though, right? So because I don't think you don't take, do you take the box with you when you leave guidance if you haven't put a house in it? If you have, obviously you take it with you because that's the point. If you haven't put a house in it, can you access the empty box on other servers? I imagine it's a guidance only feature, but maybe somebody knows. Yeah, Vulcan, I don't think the box can be traded, but what I can do is build a house on Crim, for example, and then transfer ownership to Crimson Sky, who could put it in a box. But you're right, it would only be Crimson Sky who could then deploy it. So really, I would need to come and do those starter ones on Crim. You think you only get it for a character that starts on guidance, Myra? Well, you get it as a reward for doing those quests, and I think those quests are available to anybody. So, I mean, I haven't tried doing it. There you go. So as Mudoon says, yeah, you can take a tune to guidance to get one. So it's the reward for doing the final quest in this quest line, and those quests are open to everybody who hasn't already done them, including existing tunes. So I haven't done them on Crim on my main, but I did do them on Crimson Sky, which is why she got a box. But yes, there you go, the one and only Goblin Leader on guidance. That's my tune, Crimson Sky, in a boat with a Goblin Leader in it. In fairness, we didn't have a Goblin Leader for long. Just a bit of GM mischief. I'm not reading that out, Myra. You crushed his house when you left. It's not pretty. So there you go. And before I go climbing up the mountainside, hang on, let me have a look and see in-game what time it is, because it would be quite nice. Oh, I'm going to be miles off a sunrise. But while we're here, tell you what, let's go and have a look at the Worm news, because this is as good a place as any to go and talk about that dev update, which very excitingly dropped this afternoon. So, for anybody who hasn't yet seen it, I mean, it is on the launcher now, as well as on the forums. We got a development update from Samul this afternoon, jam-packed full of stuff. Very, very broad terms, missing a whole load of detail, of course. It addressed where they're at with docks. And I mean, we keep calling them docks, but actually they're also balconies, they're verandas, they're all kinds of exciting, like, off the sides of buildings extensions, which of course will also allow us to do docks. I am excited for that. I've been waiting for that for forever and holding off building piers and other things for that. Might mean that once it comes out, I kind of wished I'd waited to build my treehouse micropub, but never mind. Log walls. So they teased a while ago that they were going to give us some new wall types. I don't know if it's only log walls, but they did. People have been asking for forever for like log cabin like walls. It would be so easy to do. It's like turning the palisades sideways. Well, they've finally done it, and excitingly, more excitingly than the log walls, from my point of view, they also come with different doors. The doors have got little windows in them. They're adorable. If you glanced at that picture and you were like, "Ooh, log walls," and then you moved on, go back and look at the doors. There's other stuff in that picture to take in. Yes. If you go to the test server, you can peer at the new docks. Adorable. God, you guys, you just punning all over the place. You're terrible. In fact, I was so miffed apparently that I switched you back. Right, there we go. So, docks, log walls, and brand new shiny wooden doors to go with them. There's an auction house update, which I'm going to be honest, I did not read that closely because I'm not particularly invested in the auction house either way, but I did see that they were asking for feedback on whether or not people also wanted a classified section included. So if you're somebody who does care about the auction house, or you're interested in feeding into that conversation, there was a little bit of a plea for people to please let them know if that's an additional feature that you would like in it. They also addressed goblin camps and dropped some pictures and things, and the reasons why goblin camps had been trixier than they intended. And then there was also a little bit of a teaser for other stuff coming soon once these ones had rolled out. So this top row, they've said that they hope to be out in the summer. We don't have anything more solid than that yet. But as you've seen from what Vulcan and others have said, some of it is on the testing server now, although it's not sort of officially open and encouraged for testing. You can go and have a look at it and try some of it out, I guess, on test right now if you're somebody who goes to the test server before summer 2006 by Christmas. Absolutely. But once those are out of the way, once that big update, long promised update has rolled out, then they said things they're going to focus on next. The much requested character customization, which apart from anything else, includes skin tones, which we've been asking for pretty vehemently for a long time. I don't know if it will also include other things like maybe more outfits or more customization on outfits. But the skin tones is a really big one that we've all been waiting for, and I think it's going to come with a raft of other kind of slightly more detailed updates for your toon and the kind of control that you have over that. I hope that as part of that, they will give everybody like a mirror to change those basics and things. Like, I really hope that that's not going to be something that you have to pay for the privilege of taking advantage of when it rolls out. They've said that they're going to re-release Jackal. They're going to do another Jackal, and I'm really excited about this because the first time, I'll be more excited when it actually looks like it's definitely coming. But the first time they did Jackal, they were like, we're going to do several iterations of this. And I was like, oh, that's okay. I just come back to Worm after several years break when they released Jackal. It was so soon after I came back. And I was like, I just want to focus on getting re-established in like my server right now. So I didn't go to Jackal. I was like, I'll catch the next one. More fool me, because of course there was never a next one. And ever since then, I've been A, kicking myself for not going, and B, being like, but there's a whole server I didn't get to explore. So it would be really nice to have Jackal back. I know that there were some issues, particularly with the kind of the end game challenges in Jackal before, which I imagine that they're going to be working on, because they got a lot of feedback, both good and bad, from that experiment before. But I'm glad that Jackal is on the cards for a bit more development and some more rounds and things. I think that's a good thing, and I will be excited to get to go to Jackal ever, because I was miffed that I missed it the first time round. Back in your day, you only had one face. The big ones in that are facial updates and skin tones. Yeah, Vulcan. Yeah, and that's what I figured. I know they said they were also talking about the details and stuff. Skin tones is the one that people have been very reasonably, me too, have been asking for a long time, because I don't think they've been changed in a very, very long time. And we've got a lot of people who are like, I can't play my own skin tone in this game. I can only play a white person. That's a problem. So hopefully that one is going to be not too long in the offing after this summer update, because it does feel really long overdue now. So Jackal coming back, that's exciting. One of the things I was super excited about, they've got a new intern, they've got a new animation intern, which is exciting and great. But was I not saying literally just a few streams ago something about how we don't have animations for so many of the emotes, and I wish we do. Like, some of them have got like vocal bits with them, some of them have got animations, some don't have either. And I was really excited to see that they've got somebody, like they've got their animation intern working on getting us animations for the rest of the emotes in the system, and that pleases me no end. A, because it's something that I asked for. And B, because of course all my little Crim pop-ups on stream are based on in-character animations. So I went very diligently when I was getting ready to start streaming just before Christmas. I spent a couple of months in the build-up to launching streaming for the first time, doing things like going and taking myself up high mountains where there was no clutter in the background, and then filming myself doing all different kinds of animations from different angles, and then going and like very, very carefully like removing the background, turning those into like little GIFs and things, so that I could have my little pop-up Crim animations for my for my stream elements and stuff. And so that made me super happy. You don't get it for the channel point ones, but you do get it for things like new follows, new subscribes, stuff like that. So every time like a little Crim pops up and does a little wave or something, that was one of those. And that really got me very familiar with how few animations we have to pick from. I actually also filmed a load more that I have never yet used, but I've got kind of banked away, because there are other animations in the game that don't come from the emote system, but do come from other things. Like, I don't have one of Crim falling over, although we now know that you can make toons fall over. At some point I will try and capture that, but I don't imagine it would make for a very good stream animation. But things like putting a spyglass up to your eye, sort of like eating and drinking and stuff like that. Unfortunately, when you drink, you get like the drinking animation, but you don't get anything in the toon's hand, which is a little bit of a shame. But you can get them sort of like holding and eating cake, or like the imping ones. There's a few other animations besides. And I did go recording basically every animation I could find. Although I've only used a limited number of them, but I'm excited that there's going to be some more. Like, unreasonably excited, given all of the other really cool stuff in this update. I was like, oh my god, new animations for emotes. Need to be able to fool Calvert about the jumping feature. Well, we did once. I don't think he's going to fall for it again somehow. So I'm just going to read back up on chat because I know I've been waffling for a little while. Point being able to move your house to other servers. Yes, Moomin. Did anybody answer my question about whether you can deploy your box on servers other than guidance? My assumption is you can only open it up and put a house in it whilst you're on guidance, because that's what it's for. I imagine I can't just pop one of my houses on release into a box. But theoretically, you know, I could build houses on guidance and then make myself a little series of boxes. But Crim would only ever be able to deploy one of them because, as Falcon says, they're not tradable. Underground needs floating docks. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. You'll need to dig down your piers on release. We're all going to be digging down our piers once that actually comes out. I'm excited for it. Still bugs being worked out on the test server, but the system's functional for anybody who wants to go over and check.
Stop it.
Jackal's also been left on the side for so long, Falcon says. There's a lot of work to be done updating the code base for it too. Yeah, fair. I can see that. So Jackal might be welcoming, but I'm pleased that it is at least on the cards under consideration, because we hadn't heard about it in so long, and every so often somebody will pop up and will be like, next Jackal when? So I'm pleased that it is actually in the planning, albeit a bit aspirational at this stage. Bun, you're concerned about new Jackal is that we're already spread pretty thin. Yeah, but at least it's going to be time limited, so it's a little bit, you know, it's a way to go and like have a jolly for a few months, and then come back. But I'm just excited anytime there's a new server that I get to explore. Which begs the question why I haven't actually gone and explored NFI a bit better. I think it's because they're just kind of so vast and established. Like when NFI first opened, I went doing a little bit of exploring then. If we'd opened a new cluster now, I would absolutely be going and exploring much more in depth than I did then. But one of the reasons I came over to guidance was kind of like, I was like, oh, I get to explore brand new lands. They're so shiny and squeaky clean. I love them. Maybe Samul was lurking here. Maybe Myra. Maybe not. I think maybe it's just some kind of, you know, collective unconscious, you know. We're all wanting similar things. I'm sure everybody else wanted character animations as well. You never know. I know that every time Calvert begged for more nymphs popped up from somewhere. So you never know. Maybe they lurk. You like the pointing one? Yes, I like the pointing one as well. So there is a pointing animation in the emotes one, and there's a couple of sort of real tickle emotes. So I tell you what, I'm going to take us back off this screen, back so you can see what I'm doing, because we've been staring at that for a while now. So let's come back to gameplay. So since we're talking about emotes, let's have a look. See what ones have we got. So ones that already have an animation. Applaud has one. I don't know. Do Grovel and Worship have one? I don't think they do. Basically, not very many of them do, but some do. No, so you see, these are all text-based only, and it's not like we don't have like a praying animation in the game already. So some of this might just be actually connecting some of those emotes up to existing animations. Some of it will undoubtedly be making new ones or variations. Like, we have a dance emote, but we definitely don't have a dance animation at the moment. There you go, but you can bow. So we've got the bow animation. That's one of the ones that we do have. There we go. We've now got a lurker in the sheep that I can experiment on. Tickle doesn't have one. Kiss hand doesn't have one. Flirt doesn't. Any of that stuff. Applaud does.
Well done.
It's one of the few that does. And that's from like the nice menus. On the neutral ones, obviously, we've got a wave. Don't have call, don't have poke. or any of these. I don't think even stuff like worry and disagree, like I don't think there's a head shake for any of those.
I disagree.
And of the two of them, disagree has an audio component. Sorry, Ruffle, I'm just subjecting you to all of the emotes here at the moment. Cry's got a sound but no animation, for example. But point, as Ruffle said, there you go. It's kind of, it's sort of like a you. I'll show you again from the front as well. There you go. So we have got a point animation. It's just that nobody ever really needs to use it. So a lot of people don't even know it exists. I think there's so many things in this emote menu, right? There are things in here that just never get used. I can see why they were put in, because they seem like good ideas, but in practice they don't ever get used. But there are ones that people would want to use, I think, all the time, and instead we use them with / text. Like, for example, cheering, which is not the same as applauding. Like, so anytime we have any kinds of competitions, you want like a cheer, sort of like a cheer or a cheerlead or a whatever. Is that a wolf? Who it is. You want like a cheer emote, and instead what we have is applause. You kind of applaud people on, but they're not quite the same. So I wonder if as part of the emotes animation stuff, maybe they'll reconsider some of the ones that we have in there. But I can see why. We've got the ones that we have, and a lot of these, like there's a whole set here that are absolutely to do with sort of like directional navigation, except you would just do that in chat in practice. Like I can see why they're there. Goodbye again has an audio but doesn't have a wave or anything associated with it. And then you've got like this way, that way, stuff like that. It's all very well. Like you can tell them to go that way and it says it, but you don't actually point. So limited functionality on that one, even if you did want to use it. Ruffles just used the follow me one, which again, as you see, I mean that.
Oh, excuse me.
Ruffle! Ugh. Obviously, we have a fart sound. I don't think we need an animation to go with that. Thank you very much. Real tickle emotes. You can only pack one on guidance. Thanks, Vulcan. Wave, worship, yeah, worship doesn't, applaud does. Is the applaud animation as sarcastic as the well done sounds? Yes, it is. It's like it's a slow clap as well. So they both of them sound kind of, what Maddoon's talking about there is the, rude. Oh my god, does that mean we'll actually get a slap animation? Finally, not just a sound. Yes.
Well done.
Yeah, there you go. It is a slow clap and an ever so slightly patronising well done. The insults I don't think have any at all, except for push. Push is the only one I think that has one.
Pig.
And all of the others have horrible sounds. I'm not going to do the spit. All of the other ones have audio components, but don't have any physical animations. And as I said, like several of these they've got the audio bits, but you don't actually point in a direction. There's no kind of, so there's lots of scope there for them to introduce and modify some of the animations that we've got. And it kind of feels like we have so little that we can do expressively with.
Oh, excuse me.
Expressively with our tunes. You'd already farted once. It's not like I needed another fart. Yeah, the trolls have got a pick nose emote. I don't think we need one of those for tunes as well. I don't feel like that's something that needs adding to the emote menu somehow. But yeah, like there's lots of scope here to do. Oh, that was for Myra, was it? I see. Okay, right. I don't want to know what the animation would be for that. But yeah, there's loads of scope for cool new animations. And as I say, like, we have so little means to actually do expressive things with our tunes. I think that would be quite a welcome update. Why Crim? Why what? Why what? Why what? Why wouldn't it be a nose pick for Wormians too? Why would you want to, Bun? Why would you pick your nose at someone? Like, I mean, you could go a little bit Shakespearean and, like, thumb my nose at you, sir. It's not quite the same, though, is it? But yeah, so unreasonably excited for character animations, unreasonably excited for a new kind of door. It would be super nice if those brand new doors are also interchangeable with any of the other wall types as well. I really hope they will be, and not just exclusive to the log cabin things. Because one of the things that I feel like, do you know what? There's an easier way up here. One of the things that I feel like would kind of massively increase the scope with even just the building types we've got at the moment is if all wall types were available in all material types, right? Because timber has got by far the most interesting wall variations, and I would really like to have some of those available, ideally all of those available, in the various stone types, for example. The oriel on a stone wall has got some really nice kind of like ivy and stuff on the inside. And, you know, so it would just... If we had those types in all of the wall types, that wouldn't really be adding anything new, but it would be massively expanding the utility of some of the existing, I guess, like frames and models that we've already got in the game. And, you know, like on the one hand, I suppose it's sort of like, it's kind of nice that they've all got their own character, but in practice it just means, you know, if you want a balcony, you have to build in timber. I'd like to be able to do it in anything. Does anybody want to see the images you've collected from Tesla File? Yes, Vulcan, do. You should be able to drop a link straight into chat. Yes, I saw that. So that was another thing, that when they were talking about docks, when you go and read through the dev update, they have said that the dock supports will show wood type, and you can choose between wood supports and various different stone type supports and things as well. That's really nice. It would be really, really nice if, as part of that, maybe somebody could at the same time give us the same choice on that central pillar in our spiral staircases, because those are always stone. Whatever build type you put it in, it's always wood stairs, it's always a stone pillar up the middle. Even if we just got to switch that out for other stone types and or a wood support, that would be super, and it seems like that might go quite nicely with the dock ones while they're doing it, but you never know. Don't ask, don't get. Now, I'm crawling my way slowly up the mountainside, but I realise that it's been a while since I came here, and also I've been waffling and not concentrating, so I'm just trying to remember. I think, in fact, it looks like someone's sort of surface mined a route up here. Oh, Madoon, no. Right, I'm just gonna put climb. Am I gonna need climb on? Maybe I won't need climb on, so I'm just gonna go and have a look at the pics that Vulcan's shared while I'm crawling my way up this mountainside and hoping that nothing comes to attack me. Oh, look at those. I love it. I love it. I'm so excited for, like, docks and verandas. Genuinely, I am. And it's going to give us so many more options in terms of building design. It is... I am psyched for it. I am. Oh, Myra! God, you guys are gross! No! They've announced a lovely thing that we're going to get some nice new animations, some new emotes, and you lot have got to be all like... What's our fart animation gonna look like? And please can we pick our noses and sniff our fingers, you bunch of weirdos, you. No. But give me a slap animation. And I will make very good use of it, I promise. I might even slap myself in the face, since I now know how to do that. Having done it accidentally a few times. I have now figured out how you do it deliberately. So I can slap myself as well. Stop! Oh God, you guys, stop it! Can we just stop this discussion? It's gross, I don't like it. Whee, there's my view. Okay, so I think I was about here-ish. Might have been a little bit further along, or a little bit further down. So I'm just going to tell you what, just so we can all make sure we're comparing the same stuff. I'm just going to flick you back very briefly to have a look at that.
Oh,
wasn't on the news one. It was, there we go.
magnificent.
So this is the view that I was talking about, this one up the top. And you can see that same set of mountains in the background. So that's the view that I am looking for. There is that island, and where is our little bumpy set of mountains? If I put climb on and pop a little way down the mountainside and try not to fall down for it all to go horribly wrong. There you go. There's our little... That's a little bumpy set of mountains, right? So I think actually I must have been a little bit further over that way. And I also would have been on a toon with slightly different lower res settings, I think, when I was on Sky. But it was more or less this view out here. And when my compass settles, I'll show you precisely where I am looking. But so we are up on the back end of Seal Lake. We should be looking out over this view just here. So that will be the little spit of land that we can see down there. There was a little house on here that Calvert and I would sail past every time we went out of Mimas's boat cave. This little spit of land up here was covered in horses last summer, but nobody had yet built on it in the time that we were here. That's where I went and got my cochineal. There you go. There was a cave bug spawner over there this time last year. Probably isn't still one, but when I was out hunting cochineal, that's where it was. So this right here. This is the view that we are looking out onto from just up here on this mountainside. And there you go. You can just about see where that's connected. So when we go through Mimas's boat cave in a minute, that's going to bring us out somewhere down here. And we'll go sailing up and round past this. And instead of going and exploring those lands all the way over there, although in a rowboat I will be a lot faster than I would have been in a canoe, what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to wrap around and I'm going to follow this coast down a little way, take us past the place where Moomin had settled, and actually go and have a look at that coastline, which goes all the way back down here towards, this is where New Dawn is. So when I was standing at New Dawn and I was looking out across that ocean, I said we could just see the sea in the distance when Guidance first spawned and all of this was forest. It now isn't, but this is where I think probably one of the biggest developments, player developments, spread sort of on this way out west from New Dawn. So we'll wrap around that little spit of land, go and have a look at where Moomin was settled, and just have a little nosy down the coast here and see what that all looks like. Given how few people there are now settled on Guidance, I imagine that actually these lands over here are probably not populated. It was something that some people were kind of like spreading out and populating islands and going a little way before, when there were a lot more people about. But I imagine with a much lower population, maybe people on Guidance are still staying pretty much around the same continent, so there might still be beautiful untouched islands out in those far reaches, more or less in the same state as we discovered them this time last year. You can scheme for how to annoy me. Why would you do that, Bun? So rude. Why would you do that? But yeah, there's a pretty good view. I nearly just turned climb off, forgetting that I had sloped my way down a mountainside. But let's just back up here. There we go. That's Seal Lake down there, which is where we've just been around. And in fact, the view might have been just a few tiles over here. That looks a little bit more like it, doesn't it, with the island over there, the little spit of land down there, and then our little bumpy bits over in the distance. That's it. Look at that. Look at that. And actually, even though I was on a lower res setting when I took this first one, I had tree render on, so it's not that I couldn't render trees at that distance, it's just that they were only a handful on that little spit of land, on both those little spits of land, and then if you look at it now, they're covered, both of them. Like, those trees have definitely spread. Definitely spread. So let's have a look-see. Just yeah, the docks are going to be a massive upgrade. Like, there's going to be so many new opportunities that come with those and creative ways to use them. That's going to keep us busy for a good long time, which is why I'm so excited for it. We are at Seal Lake. Oh, have we just got Mimas join us? Hello, Mimas. We are indeed over at Seal Lake. Bun's known to lure people into mountains to become his mining slaves. Is that what nearly happened with Ruffle? She did seem to spend an awful long time in a mine, which was very unlike her. But yes, so there you go. That was the then and now view. Mimas, I don't know if you spotted it, but just for old time's sake, there you go. I'll show you that one again, just in case you missed it. So this top picture, both of these top pictures really, but this one on the left in particular, top left, that was the view here a little less than a year ago when we very first came to Guidance at the end of June start of July last year, and this is that same view now, possibly at a slightly different elevation. But those two little, neither of these are actually islands. These two little spits of land are now just absolutely covered in trees. But anyway, and that down there, that's Seal Lake, so that's where we've just been. That's where I'm going to head back down to. So this is the bit that we've just wandered around, where we were all settled, sort of 11 months ago. I'm just going to skid my way back down the mountainside. Try not to get too many lumps and bumps on the way down because, oh, there's a wolf. Let's fight the wolf. Not in climb mode. That'd be a good start, wouldn't it? Am I going to slide here? Yes. Can I get to a non-slidey bit? No. I'm just going to have to do it whilst walking backwards. Oh, fuck it, I'll just turn climb on. I'm going to skid down the mountainside afterwards. See how not good Crim is, back down to 30 fighting skill with a non-enchanted sword. Squishy like everybody else. What's your digging skill up to now, Ruffle? I have also been doing quite a lot of terraforming the past few weeks, but nothing on the scale that Ruffle has. Of course, being squishier, I also probably need to pay slightly closer attention than I would normally do to fighting. But Bun, you'll be pleased to hear that I am just as foolish and vain on guidance as I am everywhere else, because even though I don't have a fancy hat, I refuse to wear one of those silly little leather caps and have no hair. So I am as squishy, at least on my head, as I would be on the other servers anyway. No. You thought Madoon lived on the other side of the canal from you. No, he lived on the other side of the lake. He lived just a little way around the lake, assuming that we're still talking about... Are we still talking about guidance, or are you guys now talking about release? Because in either case, Madoon lives on your side of the canals. Lives. There we go, look at that. We'll just scoot down the mountainside. I suppose I probably should also heal up that damage. But let's just get ourselves back down to the lake first. Down to lower ground, where I think there was another wolf, so I might regret not healing myself up first, but we'll see. I'm also going to come back out third person because, ugh, third person. Technically, Ruffle was there first. Just went away and came back. What, pool's closed? I suppose so. There's a lovely little story there. I suspect most of you have heard it now, but pool's closed, which is now Madoonstead and has been Madoonstead for a long time. Ruffle and Madoon and I all started there when release first opened in the first weeks. I think pool's closed was a day one deed that Beres and Ruffle dropped, and Tara joined soon after, and I joined a couple of weeks after that. So this was when I very first started Worm. Taro and Ruffle and Beres had all been playing Worm for a while longer. Ruffle and Beres for quite some years longer. I think Tara maybe for a couple of years before that, because you were in Delhi. But when I started playing, it was a couple of weeks after release opened. That was the beginning of Worm for me. I was lured into the game by Ruffle, and I lived at Pools Closed, which I think must be one of, if not the oldest deed on release, still standing. I lived at Pools Closed for a few months before I went and founded my own first deed on release. So a couple of the buildings, which I think still stand at Pools Closed, are ones that I built. We just had multi-story buildings released around that time. So I built the Troll Slayer's Rest, which I think is still there at Pools Closed. It was the first building I ever built. That was the first town I was ever a part of, and because it was so close to the start of a new server, hey, she's taken her hat off. And look, hair. When I joined one evening and was dropped unceremoniously into the world of Worm, Ruffle came swimming and running all the way up Spawn Lake on release to get me, and we swam and ran our way all the way back down south to Pools Close, dodging bear sharks and all sorts along the way. It was a trial. It took like 40 minutes to get there. I was fighting for my life the whole way. It was stressful, but it was such a sense of relief when I arrived at Pools Close. I was like, oh my God, home. And that kind of really palpable sense of like the cozy lights and the like, I can see it in the distance. That's home. That's what we're heading for. I think that was probably what first got my heart in Worm in those first few hours when I joined, like that real kind of struggle for survival in those first few hours, and then getting to a place of safety, like spotting it all the way over there, and it, you know, being something that had been entirely player created and that I then got to be a part of. That was super exciting. So that was my very, very beginning in Worm right there. But yes, so Mimas was up here, Madoon was over there, Ruffle was over on this bit of land just here where the moss patches still are, and my little treehouse was just round here where our boat still is. Ruffle, do you want to come hop in a boat with me and we'll go and see if Mimas' tunnel is intact? If it's not, we've got a choice between trying to tunnel our way through and hoping there's only been 1 or 2 collapses, or abandoning our boat back here for now and maybe carrying on foot. But we'll see, I guess. But yeah, amazingly, our rowboat is still here. You've got a big boat now to rescue people from sloping sands. Yeah, well, there was no boat then. Like they hadn't built a boat yet. So we absolutely did it all on foot. But that was also part of, I think, kind of part of what that kind of trial by fire start to Worm was a big part of it. Are you hopping in the boat with me, Ruffle? Or are you staying put on this tune in case I take you goodness knows where? Leave your hat on. Are you singing at me, Bun? Yep, as Jenny Kellen and Dent Arthur, indeed. So Beres was Jenny Kellen back on release. That was Beres's release tune, and Ruffle was Dent Arthur.
Goodbye.
You're gonna get back to digging. Okie doke. Fare thee well. And as we said, the goodbye does not have an animation, but it does at least have a sound. So now next question is, have we actually beached this? Is it moored? I don't think it's moored because I don't like to moor boats, but I think we may have beached it. I might have to just drag it a little bit further out so that I can go and investigate Mimas' boat tunnel. It was quite a long tunnel, so I'd hate to assume that it's still there. Look at me bobbing around in my own boat. We're going to stop dragging. That's exciting. Guys, I think I broke my rowboat. I didn't think that was supposed to happen. Look at me. Right.
Ooh,
Let's I'll tell you what
what
if
is?
what about if I speed up? Look at me go. Right.
Whoops. Nobody saw that, right?
Things like that has people riding me. There was that on stream with Calvert once. I took a picture of it and used it for a loading screen. There was that time that I re-embarked on his cart, and because the cart was on an angle, I re-embarked as a passenger through the wheel spokes. So I was like sitting like with my legs tucked through the wheel spokes. That was super weird as well. Right, let's try that again, shall we? Nope, still broken. Is it because I'm in third person? It can't be. You guys play in third person all the time. There we go. It was, in fact, because I was in third person. Look at that. So can I actually replicate that? If I go in third person and do it again? Nope. I have unbroken it. So all the time I was in third person and doing it, it kept putting me in the wrong place. When I went to first person, even if I now go back out, it seems to have fixed it. So, Mimas' boat mine. Let's go and have a look-see. And of course, I no longer have any kind of a light source, because on Crim, on the main servers, I have it via a glow rune on my belt. And I don't carry a lantern anyway. And of course, oh, hello. Somebody coming out to greet me. Look at these horses. Oh no. And And I have, you know, I haven't had the new player buffs for a very long time on Crim, so so it's not like I get a new glow that way. There's another horse in that one. Oh, is it gonna be? Is it gonna be? Mimas, did you ever actually manage to reinforce all the way down? I know you reinforced and clad part way down. I don't remember if you ever finished it. I guess we're gonna find out, aren't we? Calvert's been at the wine again. Wait, let's have a look. Which one is? Okay, no, I wasn't talking about that one. Thank you very much. That's that was a totally different kind of accidental mounting in a boat, and that was absolutely to do with GM mischief. Clearly not the one I was going to talk about. Look at Memes' fine tunnel work. It is fine indeed. And thus far, we seem to be all right. It also kind of looks like, actually, it did get reinforced most of the way down. Look at that. The last time I came down here, I think it was only reinforced up to, maybe up to about there. Or maybe you had reinforced the whole thing, but you just hadn't finished cladding it. But yes, look, there you go. It is still intact. Still intact. Magnificent. And out we go. So let's come back out of third person, because we don't like third person. But this is the view that I was looking out onto, this little island here and that bit of land up there. I was stood up on this ridge just up here when I was looking out at that view. And all the time that Calvert and I were going back and forth on our sailing adventures on guidance over on his channel last summer.
Oh, yes.
We took this route out quite commonly. In fact, it looks like we might be able to slip through that gap there. There was a little house up on here. In fact, you can still see where the land is terraformed flat. There was a little house perched on here the whole time that we were doing our guidance streams. Very nice tunnel, better than most on SFI. Yeah, one day you could come back and clad it. We could do it. It could be a whole project. Looks like I can get through, and somebody's still got an intact boat over there as well. Ooh! I got sour sweets. I forgot that I got sour sweets. Not sure how they're going to go with milkshake. Maybe I should wait till I switch to my fizzy drink. Mimas did an excellent job. Mimas allowed us to get out to the coast, because the very first time that we went, we'd built the boat, and the very first time that we wanted to go out of it on Seal Lake, there was of course no tunnel out to the coast. So Calvert and I painstakingly dragged it, and by Calvert and I mean I painstakingly dragged it all the way up over this hill, down the other side. That bit of like rock face right there, that's where we discovered rowboat tobogganing, which we have enjoyed a little bit of since, but we have not yet done something with those plans that we hatched all that time ago about rowboat tobogganing our way down Dragonfang. But it was hatched, that plan, somewhere around here, because I dragged it really super slowly all the way up the side, and then when I got to the top of that bit, I was like, I could just slide down from here. And that was very exciting. And then by the second week, I thought that was a sunken Corbeta, but it's not, it's just an unfinished one. Then by the second time that we wanted to take our boat out, I think Mimas had actually already finished the boat tunnel that took us out to the sea, but Calvert didn't realise that he was already halfway dragging it over the hillside, with Mimas running after him, being like, wait! Wait! There's a tunnel! There we go, though. So I'm just going to wrap my way. So I've just cut through here, just wrapping my way around this little bit of land here. We're going to pop round to here where Moomin had their place. Someone building a Corbeta with it. Well, people were building Gnars here before Madoon, so it is possible, yeah, it's just slow. I mean, a Corbeta is actually probably one of the easier ones to do. I built my Corbeta at far less than 30 skill. A Gnar would be tricky to do at 30 skill, but maybe possible. I think it would just be really, really low attachment rates, but I guess possible. Genmax shed. There's one falling down up there. Hello, little dabby paws. I've got a little lilybug down here, being like, please, please, fruit please. Look at all these little babby horses. So Moomin Have we still got Moomin in? Yes, we do. Moomin, so your place was just the other side of this mountain, right? She does always want food. She's always hungry. Never enough snacks. So Moomin's place, I think, was just up on the hill, just over here. Yeah, so we'll go and have a look and see what's happening over there, if anything. You know, for a moment, I thought that was a silver mine door, and I was like, bloody hell, surely you can't make those on guidance. It's not, it's just a road. It had me fooled for, like, a second. Another house over there, which I think is probably also, it looks like it's decaying, unless that's an archway. It could, I suppose, be being built, but I suspect that most of these are, in fact, falling down. Sheep! You planted a what that took your place over? Planted a what? A little mine in the hills there. Planted a little friend. I see. I see. Let's go and see if we if there's any evidence of the remains of Moomin's friend. Oh, I see. Gave up when the new rules came along. So, for anybody that isn't aware, the new rules that came along on guidance, they introduced the Start Town beam. They increased the amount of spawns that dropped quest items, because that was a problem where people couldn't find enough, like, I think it's pelt giving creatures like rats and dogs and stuff. But the big one was they changed the way that that pens worked on guidance. So you used to be able to put down pens that were not attached to your house. But one of the changes that they made a couple of months ago was, I think, to make it so that you can now no longer have, you can only have pens that are part of your yard or attached to your yard. You can't just have pens out on their own, which massively reduced the amount of space that people could sort of annex or hold in which to keep and breed animals. And their argument was that guidance is really just to get you introduced to the game. You shouldn't be doing large-scale breeding over here. Other people were like, yeah, but some people have got, like, we're trying to breed traits into things so that, you know, people can actually have a horse that works on guidance. Roofless rest stop. Moomin, is this where you were? Is this in the spot that you were in? Were you further in than this? Were you higher up the hill? Mountain lions and rats specifically. Dogs and cats don't count for the quest. Okay. So yeah, no more fences and only yards based on your carpentry skill. And the yards are still, so the yards always were capped in the same way that your house footprint was capped by your carp, right? And they were one and the same. Is that still the same? So for anybody who doesn't know what we're talking about, basically based on your carp skill, you could have a certain number of tiles which comprised both your house and your yard space. So if you wanted a big yard, you had to have a smaller house, I think. I don't think it was max amount of yard plus max amount of house, but I could be wrong about that. So yes, this was where you were, Moomin, but this house was made later. There we go. We came by one day and Moomin had left a nice little, like, welcome table up top with, like, sandwiches and things on it for passers-by, which was dead cute. Rare guard tower over there. Let's go and have a look at that one, see what state that's in. I suppose I could have just continued to sail my boat round here, but I wanted to come and have a peek. There are sheep everywhere, though. But I don't remember... Had this guard tower been rared before when we were around? I can't remember whether or not... Like, I know that there was a rare guard tower made by devs, because I was like, oh my god, who made a rare guard tower? And then I realised it was Pom. So I don't actually think this was rared when we were here before. Quality 24 though, no damage. Somebody's keeping an eye on it. Very shiny. Let's go back and grab the boat. Tower was not there before. There you go, so that is new. Yeah, I don't remember seeing a player rared guard tower in all the time that we were exploring the whole of this server. I just remember the Pom rare guard tower that momentarily had me thinking that someone had gotten super lucky. Didn't somebody make a supreme I just heard a rooster or a chicken fall over and die. Didn't somebody make a Supreme boat, like a Supreme sailboat or something over here? And we were like, man, that sucks. That's a boat that you can never take off guidance. I mean, Calvert and I went sailing all around all these other continents, and we found like maybe a handful of houses across the entirety of the rest of it. Predominantly, though, everybody lives on this main continent, sort of in this area around that start town. And the secret start town, which has not yet and may never be activated, is somewhere over here. For anybody that was around right at the start of stream, my warm-up today was actually filmed on guidance, and it was filmed on guidance. It must have been around the end of the time that we were streaming here last year, because I would have filmed it because I knew that I was gearing up to start streaming myself, but I didn't actually start streaming till December. So that must have been, that tells you round about the time where I was giving serious consideration to starting streaming, because it was before we stopped coming to guidance. And it was filmed. It's called, I called it something like, I don't know, Placid Shores on Guidance. It was filmed somewhere over here, I think. Somewhere around this area, or might actually have been around here, but somewhere over on this coast. I just found the most beautiful, lovely little bit of land, and I was like, man, if this was any other server, this little vista right here is serene. It's a little utopia. That's the place I would have dropped a deed if that were on any server other than this one. That would have been the spot I deeded. But instead, I just filmed a little bit. I didn't actually catch the best time of day, but I caught the tail end of sunset, and I still had that in my archives, so that's what I went and used for today's warm-up. And this bit that we're coming up to here, there you go, look at that. Someone's been building big ships. This bit that we're coming up to here, that is that view that I looked out over from New Dawn when we first logged into the server, because this is the bit that all used to be forests all the way up to the mountainside, and just a glimpse of water. This bit here is directly west from New Dawn. So this is what happens if you just face west and follow that path. You will get to this really quite established bit just here. So we've got a cog there, and a core beater, and a couple more of them over there. Oh, somebody made a Supreme canoe. A few days. Man, that sucks. I'd have pushed it into a cave and made myself a little cave boat. Kind of like Calvert's pug boat that principally just lives on his swimming pool to stop us drowning and keep our booze in. His rare pug boat. If I made a Supreme canoe, I think I would be pushing it into a cave, and on any other server, onto a deed as well. Ooh, look, someone's got up to 3 stories in timber. This is quite an established footprint for a house. I wonder if this player is still active. We've got somebody in local. Although not, I don't think, 2 people in local. Not, I don't think, the owner of this house, who's presumably Flexer. Oh, look. They've furnished it and everything. I thoroughly approve. So this is a little mix of timber and wood. Okay, but you see, this is what I mean, right? So I was talking about wanting to have all the different build types, the wall types in all the different materials. Timber does have the best ones, because with timber you get balconies, and I don't know if they've got an example here, but you also get jetties. Is that a jetty over there? Looks like a jetty. These kind of jettied windows, but it's not only timber that's got unique ones, because this, like the basic wood type, has this adorable little canopy fronted door with 2 windows. Like, I would really like to have this in other material types. This little like porch fronted door with 2 windows, but you can only get it in the most basic wood type, and that's a shame. This wood type also has the most unique of portcullises, because it's got like a roll up wooden door, almost like a garage door, which you just don't really see very often, because other than new toons, mostly people don't actually build in wood once they are proficient enough to build in other things. Sometimes people do it as a deliberate aesthetic choice, like for, you know, lodges out in the wild. I did it for a pirate-ish kind of base once and built in this kind of more rustic wood type. But broadly speaking, people tend to move on from this to other things. And so you just so rarely see these nice little canopies and those roll top portcullises and things. Another guard tower over there. Yeah, there you go. So that's a jetty, that's a balcony. I would super like to have those in other wall types. And again, on the wood buildings, on the plain wood buildings, you get this 3-pane window with the little kind of roofy overhang. Whereas all of the stone window types, you get to choose between oriels, which are really, really small but stick out, and your narrow windows, which are just like almost like arrow slots, and your standard window, which is just that kind of size but without the panes. Whereas the wood ones, they get these nice dividing panes, and I really like this wide window that you only get in the plain wood type. You don't even get that in timber. I just want those in all types. I just want all of those in all types. And that's terraforming, right? I was looking at it and I was like, surely someone hasn't actually built a building in pottery. No, but that's just pottery brick paving over that side. Let's go and have a look-see at this tower. The plank version would be so different if you could dye it. Yeah. Like if they made 2 dye zones on those, the 2 wood types, on the planks and the timber types, so that you could just dye, say, the wood, as you say, that would also give people a lot more in terms of options. I might as well be the one to repair this, as my repair's capped on guidance. And now the sun comes up. Look. Tell you what, I'm going to head out onto the lake, just a little bit away from land, because we're about to get the pinkening, the purpling. So let's go and get a view for it. Which way is forward? That way. I don't know what I'm doing. Yeah. There we go. I'm just gonna turn that off so we can enjoy a live dawn sky on guidance. I fucking love worm skies. Love them. I mean, it does sound the same, Moomin. You're quite right. It sounds the same. The only thing that tells you which way it's spelt is the context. So lovely. Drink number 2. We have beautiful skyboxes, Vulcan. I am a big fan. As you can all tell, because that's my warm-ups. I have now filmed so many of them. Every warm-up is a different one. And sometimes I watch them and don't film them, and I just watch them and enjoy them. Calvert and I spend a lot of time watching skies. It's one of the early things we bonded over, because we were both a big fan of skies in Worm, and skies in general. The skies in Worm are particularly lovely. Yeah, Ignatius, a modular system would be cool. Although that would be a much bigger change to the way the system works. But yeah, that would be cool. Calvert and I were playing a little bit of Medieval Dynasty earlier this year on stream, and that has kind of that thing where you build a house and then you can switch the wall types to different things and choose whether you want a window there or a door there or what kind of dressing you want on it. Yeah, memers. I hate touchscreen typing as well, especially on my phone. I still miss my BlackBerry with its tactile QWERTY keyboard. I was very aggrieved that they never actually upgraded those so they had a decent app store and a decent screen so I could keep that keyboard. I could type perfectly without looking at it. Now I typo all over the place when I'm on my phone. Hate it. Here she comes. Beautiful, beautiful soul. Right, now I'm off my my milkshake. I think these are not going to be anywhere near as sour as the fizzy pig, so you probably don't have to watch me make faces, but we'll see. I've got vegan sour candy kittens. Not that I'm vegan, I'm vegetarian, but you know, it's important to have sweets that don't have gelatin in. Because who wants... Oh, they are quite sour, actually. Mm. Oh. Not as sour as the fizzy pigtails, though, so you're all right.
Oh my. That makes me all quivery.
There is so much lovely candy with gelatin. I wish they made it all without gelatin. It is so not necessary. They could swap out the gelatin in basically all candy for things that doesn't include dead pigs. I wish they would. Not just so I could eat it, but also, you know. So good. What do you mean it's not the same without it, Bun? Absolutely it is. You just haven't eaten enough vegan candy. Now, it used to be kind of crap, any of the vegan candy, like you couldn't get really good substitutes that gave you the same kind of chewiness. It is not the case now. Like, we've got so many very good substitutes which do not require using dead animals. Please also no soy, says Ruffle. There were sharks here, although I haven't actually seen a shark fin. If anybody spots a shark fin, shout, and I will go hug a shark for you. Just for you, Moomin. I haven't seen any sharks in the bay. And as we know, there are no more whales on guidance. Well, actually, no, that's not true. I think, did we find... I mean, I know I was a featured whale on guidance for a while that swallowed this entire rowboat. But I feel like we did actually also find whales on guidance, right? They did spawn here. I don't know if they still do. But sharks definitely did, and presumably still do. So if we happen to spot a shark fin, I shall go hop in the water and hug one. I won't even do it from the boat. I will get in the water, hug it, and then see if I can get away before it eats me. It would be a pretty sad end if the last time Crim died was throwing herself off Dragonfang, which was epic. It would be a pretty sad way to die, like out at sea on guidance, having hopped out of my rowboat to hug a shark. That's a fairly inglorious way to go down. Yeah, there were. I mean, I was an octopus on guidance, but I don't actually know if I've seen a wild octopus spawn on guidance, but I can't see any reason why they wouldn't have included octopuses. If we got whales and sharks, you'd imagine there were definitely dolphins. I don't have highly transparent water on, which does make it an awful lot easier to see sea creatures if you're ever trying to hunt them, but it makes the water itself a lot less lovely, which is why I don't have it on. I don't have it on unless I'm sort of, you know, out trying to hunt a particular kind of sea creature to bring back to Brambleheim or something. I'm not seeing any shark fins or, in fact, any signs of sea life. But keep your eyes open, because you never know. Chemicals. They're not chemicals, though, memers. Like, they're not, for the most part, replaced with chemicals. They're replaced with things like, I'm not entirely sure how it's pronounced, like carrageenan, which is seaweed-based stuff, for example. Makes a really good gelatin substitute, but there's other things as well. We have many more ways to do substitutes for meat and for gelatin and for many other things which still have animals in but just don't need to. I hate to tell you all though, but most sweets are full of chemicals these days, whether they've got dead animals in or not. There's an awful lot of artificial things in an awful lot of sweets. I'm hearing ducks. We seem quite a way out to be having ducks. Water is not terribly deep here, though. I wonder if anybody went and dirt dropped an island here. I haven't seen any dirt dropped islands yet, but I'm sure that there are some. I think some people probably did some back in the early days when there was a little bit of a land grab. I'm not so sure anybody would bother doing it now. but there may still be one or two of them about. So that's where we were just now, over where all of those boats are. And just up there, in fact, there you go, where the beam is. So New Dawn is just right up that hill, so you can just go running straight up this section here, straight to New Dawn. There's a road that will take you pretty much straight there. Someone's been building a mission structure. Look at that. Because you don't actually need a mission to spawn to start mission structures now. You used to have to. So I guess even though there's no missions on guidance, I've still got my UI off. So I guess even though there's no missions on guidance, there's actually nothing to stop you building mission structures except where they require materials, or where they're too high. They might have too high skill requirements. And most of the mission structures, I was experimenting with this literally just a couple of weeks ago on stream. Like, most of them have an interesting unfinished form. The obelisk one is fairly uninspired. But the shrine, if you start building a shrine, it is the whole model from the first two pieces you put together. So for decorative, like for aesthetic purposes, you don't actually need to build a shrine to get the shrine models. That's a really kind of cheap and easy way to get some interesting deco, and if it's on Deed, which is obviously no help for guidance, but if it's on Deed anywhere else, it also, like a lot of unfinished items, just doesn't decay. You could stick shrines absolutely everywhere and not actually have to finish building them to get the benefits of the aesthetics. Barney, you a medium rare. See, I haven't been vegetarian my whole life. I've only been vegetarian for, like, I don't even know how long it's been now, 6-7 years or something. But before I was vegetarian, like, I had my steak blue. I liked it basically fresh off the cow and still mooing. And if I were to ever have steak again, I would still like it that way. It's not that I'm squeamish about the blood so much. I just couldn't justify eating, like, killing things for me to eat anymore. It had been, I had tried previously to switch to a vegetarian diet for ethical reasons. And it was not sustainable for me to do so for various reasons. And I just reached a point where I realised that suddenly actually it was accessible to me. It was now something that I could both afford to do, and the availability of alternatives, my ability to actually still manage to have a fairly nutritious and balanced diet whilst also being vegetarian was possible in a way that it hadn't been possible before. And when I realised that, I chose... Like, I think I was out at a restaurant at the time. I was at a pub, and I was like, no, I'm just going to pick the vegetarian thing on the menu. And then the next meal, I picked a vegetarian thing again, or I made myself a vegetarian thing. And I just kept, like, my next meal, picking another one. I did this 2 or 3 days, and suddenly I was like, this is totally doable. I can do this full term. And I did, and I just never looked back. I know it's not for everybody, but it was long overdue for me. Look at these fancy buildings. We've got a rendered one over here. We've got a timber one over there. You take it medium, but you know what? I don't understand. People are going to have, like, a really nice cut of meat. Why do you have it medium? You want it really pink at best, even if you can't handle rare. But I would go for, like, rare to very rare every time. But, like, it's at its sweetest and most tender, barely cooked. Unless it's chicken, of course. But yeah, there you go. So just the other side of this hill, just here, this is your road that takes you... This road here will take you all the way up to New Dawn in a nice straight shoot. And this is undoubtedly still the most developed bit of guidance, although this has all changed since we were here last. So talking about what's changed since we were here last summer, there's been a whole bunch of terraforming here. So this big terraformed space up here, in fact, that's a pretty substantial build up there. How is that possible? Young Fat George? So I see Bastions up there. What is Young Fat George? Is that a donkey name? Medium well done. How bad were their steaks? If it's a good cut of meat, you should be able to cook it as little as possible to have it at its best. If it's not a great cut of meat, then you need to cook it more. Let's go up and have a look at Bashin's spot. Oh no, Ruffle. I can imagine their faces. I have pulled similar faces at people, in fairness. Why ruin a perfectly good cut of meat? It is indeed a or is it a mule, in fact? It might be a mule. Ah, I see. This building is actually not as large as it appeared. It's just long. Let's give Bashan a wave.
Hello.
I'll just pop the link in as well, because if people are going to be on stream, nice for them to know where they are. It's the parapets that got me here, though. Oh, look, we've had just a couple of other people pop into local here as well. So I was looking at these exciting parapets from all the way over there. And this space here, I imagine that actually Bashan's been doing a lot of this terraforming. It looks like they've dug right down to rock here, and a lot of surface mining here, because this whole space has changed shape totally. Building themselves a little fort up here. But sort of like down from the road, I guess this was kind of sort of rounded off hillside and things. Whereas, like if you went back and looked at Calvert streams, we came through here a couple of times and looked around at the landscape here. I'm sure if I went back and looked at them now, I'd be seeing just how much this has changed. But as I say, clearly there's been some terraforming and surface mining to take some of this down. It's been flattened off on the top. So this probably all looks quite different than it did when we were here last time. And also this is new, I think. I don't remember this little inlet. This is a man-made inlet, but it's nice. I'm here for it. I like little rivers. So this is quite sweet. This kind of little weaving way in. I also cared for some creatures on guidance, actually, so it might be that mine are still wandering around somewhere on guidance, or maybe somebody's given them a good home. The waiter looked horrified, Ruffle. Yes, a burger is nice to get well done. I agree. They ignored you, did they, Ruffle? I mean, on the one hand, I think that people should cook things the way you say you want them cooked, but on the other hand, with steak, I do often wonder if they're like, they don't want what they think they want. Public canoe. That's not a canoe. Now the question is, where did I park my boat? Somewhere over here, right? We've gone, I'm Batman. I'm not going to say it in a Batman voice. And I'm Batman cottage there. Proper good steaks cost you around $80 per kilo. Wow. Is that because it's just all imported bun? Like, I don't know. I mean, I imagine that where you are, there is not a whole lot of space for sort of like what is it? Is it arable farming? Is it, or is it the other one? But for sort of for cattle rearing, certainly not like there is over here. So is it that it's all imported, which drives the price through? They have indeed been busy. Right, let me just catch up on chats. Yes, it is not. Bun's quite right. It is not sustainable for people to eat anywhere near as much meat as we do. The thing is, it's not even the steak, right? I mean, in some ways, steak is more sustainable, although you're going to get me on a whole thing here. Like, cows are a whole of the problem in as much as the amount of food that we have to feed them in order to rear them, and the amount of space that they take up to then produce meat. Like, there's a lot of reasons why they are not sustainable, not least the methane. But at least, you know, with a cow, you get quite a lot of meat out of a cow. But the rate at which we kill, like, you know, kill and farm chickens, which there's not a whole lot of stuff in them, that's worse in a way for me. But it's not even like the steaks, like the really good cuts of meat. It's like over in the US and over in the UK, like at the rate at which we eat things like takeaway pizza, and sometimes those pizzas have 2 or 3 different kinds of animals on them. Like, you can get a pizza with like duck and pepperoni and chicken on it. That's 3 different kinds of meat on one pizza. That's not sustainable at all, but we still do it. Right, I remember coming up to the unfinished obelisk. Is that my boat? No, that's Storm Chaser. Where did I leave my boat? Where did I park, guys? Oh my god, there are so many boats here. Where is it? There it is. There it is. Movement of yours. Ah, there we go. That's one of yours. Hello. Stop grabbing my hand. I'm not feeding you. Right, I found my boat in among the many, many boats. But yes, there seem to be quite a lot of people living around here. Local place offers a £3 sirloin for less than that, Ignatius. So the imported ones are cheaper. I see. Local bred ones are the good ones. Just going to sail my way over to, where was I going? I was going to go and have a look at these, but I just thought I'd bring my boat round. Stop grabbing my hand! Oh! Ladybug. Still hungry. Always hungry. Talking about your local cows. They breed woolly pigs. Lovely. Is it the kind of woolly pigs, though, that you could knit with the wool? Not that I'm a knitter or anything. So tasty, says Bun. Good night, memers. Let's go and have a peek at this guard tower and just see what state that's in. I did say that any time I saw a guard tower, I would try and just check that it was in good repair. I like this rendered building over here as well. This is sort of, it just takes a bunch of extra materials to make something rendered. So when somebody does it, you know that they're doing it for the aesthetics. I like that. Ruffle did not know there was such a thing as woolly pigs. Now you do. I mean, in fairness, I don't think I've seen, like, I can't picture them. I didn't know of their existence. Our pigs are definitely not woolly. There you go, this one's in good repair, and in fact that one's almost up to cap, so that's been up to quality 30. You can get your guard towers over quality 30 on guidance, but you are of course reliant on luck as much as anything else, because you're going to be capped by the maximum quality of the shards that you've got. Do you imp them with shards or do you imp them with bricks? You imp them with shards, right? So if you're lucky enough and whilst imping it, it doesn't ask for shards for a while past that point, you can imp above your own skill with everything else, but you're usually capped by the raw material. So I think when I first imped up Mima's tower, I came over on Crim and imped it up, because obviously on our starter tunes we were very limited in how high we could get it. But I came and imped it on Crim, and I think we got it up to, I don't know, 34, 35 before I got capped by shards. Oh, have you shared a picture of a woolly pig? Oh, that is cute. Look at his curly hair. That does not look like the kind of wool you can knit with, though. Dorcas's villa over there. But yes, I wanted to come and have a look at this, because this is a really nice house for guidance. Like, given the limitations in the size you can build, this has got to be, like, a max size house. In fact, I'm surprised in a way that you can build one this big. It's not open, so we can't actually go inside and look. But what is it? I mean, because it's like 2 deep. So we're talking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 by 2 footprint minimum, and then there's an extra couple of tiles on the back. So that's what, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 tiles this must be? 16 tile footprint, this house. Slightly worried that their horse is hungry. I wonder if... I don't have a sickle here, so I don't think I can pick flowers. But I might be able to find some. If anybody spots a wildflower patch, give me a shout, because I am just going to go and try and replant that tile under that horse where it's got packed. Yeah, there's no yard. That is entirely house. They've spent all of their points on house. And fair enough. Can I? No, I can't pick flowers. I noticed the other day that I think you can cut sprouts with a carving knife, which I always forget. But you can't pick flowers without a sickle, and obviously I don't have a sickle here. So short of finding some flowers, as I have no way to make thatch. Well, I wouldn't swear to it, Bum, but I tell you what, if I can find one of these sprouting, I'll test the theory for you. I know I accidentally had a carving knife activated the other day, and it offered me the opportunity to cut a sprout, which surprised me, but I don't think I actually tested it. So it might just be one of those things where Worm suggests you can do something and then doesn't let you anyway. Yeah, I can leave them herbs. I can put the herbs in the thing. If I can't find anything to plant the tiles under it, I'll just drop some food. Just going to see if I can find anything that's sprouting. Although actually, with my skill capped, I don't know at what point you see if something is sprouting. I assume I'd still see it on mouse over at 30 skill. But maybe not. Oh, blueberry bush. I'm assuming that I would see it. Oh, no, there you go. Look, I have to be on the tile to see it, but it doesn't show on examine. Is it going to let me pick sprout? That is super weird. No, so you can't pick a sprout with a carving knife. It does have to be a sickle. And also, interestingly, it's not even letting me try and pick a sprout there. So I wonder what I was doing the other day that made it look like I could. But anyway, so I'm going to keep foraging. And I can at least drop some herbs off for it. And if I come across a flower node, a wildflowers node, I will go and replant the tile. But otherwise, I think actually also like nightshades would give me flowers maybe, but I think they give me purple flowers as well as belladonna. So if I spot nightshades, I could get flowers from those. There's probably a couple of other... Yeah, that's true. It might have just been that there was a sickle in my tool belt. You're quite right. I don't know if umbellifers get you flowers. A few of the other nodes will get you a flower type on occasion. So I might be able to pick up some flowers from something else. Obviously the belladonna won't help me. The turmeric isn't going to help it because it can't eat turmeric, but it can eat belladonna. It can definitely eat some roots and shoots though, so we'll go and do a good deed. And have some more sour sweets. Sour candy kittens. Nom nom nom. Still not as sour as Foodie Pigtails. Woo! I can still hear those ducks though. Oh, I want to stick my hands in clams, but I'm not going to get anything useful.
That makes me all quivery.
Every time I hear that, I'm questioning putting it in there at all. But on the other hand, it makes me chuckle. So, yeah. On the other hand, I suppose if I were lucky enough to find pearls on guidance, and I don't know if you can find... I suppose you can get pearls out of clams. You probably wouldn't find pearls in the nodes, because you'd need to be high level for that. But presumably you can still get lucky and find pearls in clams even at low skill. Although I don't know if without a butcher knife I can still open clams. Can you do that with any knife? Or only with a butcher knife? We'll find out if I happen to get a clam, now that I'm sticking my hands in them all. And then I better go back and retrieve my boat before I get too excited wandering places on foot. Any knife, excellent. Animals can't eat sugar beets, for anybody who didn't know. They can't eat ginger, they can't eat the spices, they can eat the herbs. I don't think they can eat kelp. They can eat belladonna, even though belladonna would normally be poisonous. Some more herbs over here, though. But no clams. Yet. I better not... I could spend all day here sticking my hands in clams, though, and I won't, I promise. The candy's making me warm. Why is the candy making me warm? Why is the sour candy making me warm, guys? No, don't like being warm. Yeah, you can get pearls from seaweed, but not at low. I don't think you can get it at low skill level. So I think it's one of those things that you unlock at higher skill levels, because all of the nodes have certain items which you just can't get at lower levels. So although you can get pearls from them, I won't be able to get pearls from them on guidance. But I will, I think, still be able to get pearls from clams if I happen to get a clam. And I could then take the pearls back with me. I am competing with one of my deed mates, Robbie Crusoe, although I don't think he knows it, to see which of us can make a rare pearl necklace first. I give that many more attempts than me, but I don't think either of us have managed it yet. I don't want the kelp. Kelp's no good. Can I see any other more herbs in easy reach? I don't know. I'm less confident about whether or not animals can eat mushrooms. So we can only get flowers from wildflowers and nightshades. Okay. I knew about nightshades. I wondered if maybe you could get, because nightshades give you purple flowers, I wondered if maybe you could get yellow flowers and orange flowers, like get a shade of flower from different nodes, but evidently not. Thank you for checking for me, though. That saves me going and getting a bunch of things in vain. Look at that tiny horse. Look at that tiny horse. So small. So tiny. Did anybody know whether or not animals can eat mushrooms? I can't remember. In fact, to tell you what, there's an easy way to find out, isn't there? Let's find out. Because if I get a mushroom out of this, I'll go and see if that horse will eat it by trying to hand feed it to it, and that'll answer it for us. They can't. Okay. I thought they probably couldn't. It's one of those weird things where, like, certain things that we can eat that other animals won't, and certain things that animals eat that we can't or don't generally. Pigs can. Interesting. So, evidently, it's something that the omnivores can eat. But pigs... Okay, but so pigs still don't eat spices, though, right? I mean, I don't think I've tried it, but... Because no animals can eat things like paprika and turmeric and ginger. They can eat fennel. But not that, like, they can eat the herbs, but not the spices, basically. So, yeah, don't even get a feed option on the brown mushrooms. But, as we found no flowers, let's at least... Oh, no, those are packed as well. Ah! Okay, instead of dropping them in, I'm going to hand feed them, so at least they're feeding tick. How hungry is it? We're about to find out. I might actually use all of them on this one horse. Uh-oh. No, there we go. Right, that one's full. Let's just feed these two up if we can. This one's still going. Right, that one's full, so they needed three. They needed three feeding ticks each. Is this one going to need more? This one can eat more. Is that going to be sufficient? Nope, the cow's hungrier than that. But she's not starving, so that'll do. Top them up for a little bit longer anyway. You got a saying for that in Norway. Everything will go into the pig. Have you guys ever entered a pen with hungry pigs in worm with food in your pockets? Okay, it's not just pigs. I didn't know that pigs could steal it from your pockets, but gorillas. You go into a pen with gorillas and you've got food in your pockets you get a little event message sometimes where they go and try and, like, steal the food out of your pockets. I don't know if they actually can, but they certainly try. Maybe the pigs also try but don't succeed. But yeah, gorillas will do that too. Like, I went into my champ gorilla pen once and was putting food into their food bowl when I got that event message about them trying to steal things out of my pockets. It was adorable. But yes, that was, I think we said, pretty much max size house. I can't remember what the calculation is now for how big your house can be, because it's been a while since I had to do that calculation on guidance. But that was a 16 tile house, I think, over there, which must have been close to or at max size. This is a very nice little house over here, making good use of balconies for views. Oh, look! I didn't know you guys got reindeer over on guidance, although it totally makes sense that you did. And we've got a little horse pen in there as well, which is pretty adorable. Also, I did not know that parapets were a placeable surface for things. And this pleases me, because I've never tested this. Like, I've stuck them on other kinds of fences. Hadn't really occurred to me. I don't think I've had a particular opportunity to put things on parapets. But, there you go. For anybody that didn't know, looks like you can put things on parapets. That's cool, and we should do more of it. Ooh. I'm just going to go and be nosy. I like the one-tile farm out the back door. But also I like being nosy in other people's minds. Just because. Let's go and have a look-see. That was a very short mine. But that's okay. How am I doing for water? I'm doing fine. Of course, I've just given away all of my food to animals, but I have no food on guidance, so I'm slowly going to be starving. Thankfully, starving's not going to do me too much damage over here. Right, let's hop back in. Oh, where else do we want to go, guys? So we've gone and had a look at Seal Lake. We've looked at all the places that we settled. We went and had a little look at the area that Moomin had settled in, and this kind of coast. This coast bit that's just west out. But now, I mean, kind of, I could go anywhere. I could go and, I suppose I could take the boat back to Seal Lake and then carry on foot and go and explore sort of some of this space. I didn't see, and I don't remember well enough exactly where Griff's shed was here, but I imagine that Griffin Farron's place is long gone. It was about halfway up here, I think, probably about here-ish. I wasn't paying that close attention when we went past, but we could just sail back up this way. What I don't want to do is abandon this boat, which like 4 or 5 of us have access to, just somewhere on guidance on the stream. So I do feel compelled to take it back to where it belongs, even though we don't have houses there anymore. I feel like it should probably go back to Seal Lake, where we'd all expect to find it. Yeah, we've got some little one-tile huts over here as well. I didn't get close enough to see if they were all belonging to different toons. I guess they must be, because I don't think... Are you even allowed to start a second house on guidance? I imagine you're probably only allowed to start one. So even if it's only a one-tile one, you don't like... It's not like you get the rest of your tile limit to use on a second one. To go and see if that academy thing evolved any. Yeah, that's a good shout. That's a good shout. So maybe I will wind my way back to New Dawn, and then we will go south and go and have a look at the academy, which for anybody who doesn't know was sort of like the GM and staff managed space. They set it up with a really nice big mine, which had quite a lot of veins in at the beginning. I don't know if those veins are still intact, but it was meant to just be sort of like a space where devs could be quietly working away on stuff while they were sat on guidance, being helpful. Not just devs, staff and volunteers in general. The one house limit has caused many folks to mess up their quests by jumping ahead. So there you go. Yeah, so it is one house per toon. And you can still see in the distance, just up there, that's the one that we went up and had a look at with the parapets, I think. That's where Bashin was building, over there. Under the yellow flag. That looks like it's sunk. Emily the sheep's shed. And that's not even a ruffle toon, I assume. Yeah, ruffle. Quite right. So you can make one, trade it, and then make another. Which is fine if you're an established player or if you know to make another toon to do that. But if you're brand new to the game, I can see how you would get tripped up by that, because you just wouldn't know how to get past that necessarily. Presumably the way that you get past it, because I think the way people got past it in those first few days is they built a shed, then they realised they needed it for the quest, so they had to blow up their original shed, and then it lets you build another. But obviously when you're brand new, that first shed can take a bit of time. A bit of time and materials to build, so it kind of breaks your heart to have to blow it up again. So I think Griffin Farron's place was somewhere round about here-ish. But I might be wrong. I only came past here a couple of times on my way to other places. I feel like it was sort of this bit of the map. In the foresty bit before it opens out into the space where Moomin was, and before you get back down to those docks. I think it was somewhere here-ish. Or destroy a wall and rebuild it. Yeah, cunning, because then it stops being a valid house and becomes a valid completed house again when you do. Bashing on guidance, though, that's got to be tricksy, because you can one-click destroy a house, but to bash it, you've got to have a certain amount of body strength, and off deed, that has got to be slow, right? Even on a house you own. I mean, it's been a very long time since I have built a house off deed, let alone tried bashing one, if I ever have. So, but my assumption is that it would be dead slow off deed. Maybe not, though. Yeah, see, now we're back into Moomin's place up here, and then just over there, just over that little bit there, that's the other way into Seal Lake. But we're going to go the longer way around so that we can take our boat back and drop it off, and then wend our way back to New Dawn. I won't just go crashing my way through the forest. I said I would take a slightly different route back, so we can go and have a look at some of those other houses, kind of where we've just been. But I'll go round to this side of Seal Lake, and I'll make my way kind of along here, and then back up that path to New Dawn, that main road that kind of runs east-west from New Dawn all the way out to the sea. Still haven't seen any shark fins, mind, though, and since it's my last chance to, tell you what, I'm just going to wind my way out here, just in case we spot any. Shout if you see one. Because if I can see a shark, I will hug a shark before I go, look at the rainbow. I should have got Skittles. What are you doing, madam? Someone's being mischief. I can hear her, but I don't know where she is. I heard that as well. It's a bit like those episodes of like the X-Files or something else, kind of horror-like, where there are things scuttling and you keep hearing them scuttling, like, and not like tiny little bug scuttles, but like scamperous scuttles. Oh, she's coming. Come on in. Might be about to get a guest. Come on. Hello. We have got, very temporarily... Whoa! And she's gone again. I was literally just about to put the... Whoops, not ruffle. The Mina button on, but she came and went. She was so scamperous and excited. So there we go. Briefly a Mina. You probably didn't see more than a tail. That's clearly who was scampering around. I just kept hearing, like, the thunderous sound of little feet. But the room is dark, and she is a black cat. So, like, I hear and I feel the thundering little feet, but she goes so fast when she's whizzing about. Often I don't spot her in a dark room. You got more than a tail. Sorry, did you also get a butthole? I was so busy trying to put my button on, she just sort of, like, went and went. Oh, I'm still not seeing any shark fins, you know? Hey, you found the little spooktipus button. Very good. Button. Emote. Did you find the other emotes, which just got approved? Your rabbit sometimes sounds like an elephant running. Nice. Nothing, no shark fins. Where does one even find the emotes? No, not that one, Bun. Ruffles found them, though. There you go. Although, because we've all got our fancy hats on and Ruffle hasn't, I maybe actually need to scale Ruffle one step. Yes, thank you, Bun. Thank you, Bun. Maybe I need to scale down the Ruffle one so that she isn't sort of 20% bigger than the rest of us. Because I filled the space with all of them, but of course all of ours have got the feather. Well, I can still hear billions of ducks, but I cannot see any signs of a shark. Although somebody's building a corbeta over there on the mainland. Yeah, we need to do another photo shoot. I'll get one of you with your pirate hat. That also gives me some more some more ruffles to put on my title screens, because I think I have now run out of ruffle poses. I'm gonna have to start recycling them. So maybe we need to do a little photo shoot of you also part of the Fancy Hat Brigade. And then I can switch out your little ruffle emote, and you two can be a fancy hat one, and they can all be fancy hat emotes. Good night, Moomin. Thanks for joining us. And for anybody who saw the loading screen at the beginning, be more Moomin. That was today's advice. See, look, a few people have moved over. That's quite the build just over there, in fact. I'm going to go and have a nosy since I'm out here anyway. But there really wasn't anybody settled over here before when we sailed all the way around these coasts. Like, we occasionally found a little cottage or two and a couple in the far reaches. But it looks like, I mean, that over there, that's a road. So it looks like people have actually finally come and started settling. We're here at the moment, I think. Looks like people have come and settled out here. I mean, this one is sadly now decaying. But still, that was quite a substantial house. Let's go and have a nosy. I like a bit of urban decay. Recycling ruffle. Oh, you know what? This ruin kind of looks like a proper ruin. I think because the side ones have survived. Like there's a bunch of ruins from like ruined sites of old like Roman forts and the stuff that came after them in the area where I grew up. And what's left of those ruins kind of looks like this, where you've got sort of like the corners of a very, very old ruined like churches and things like that go back hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years. And all that's left is sort of like some of the corners, and the middle bits are all gone, and that's kind of what it reminds me of. Yeah, you got Whitby as well, especially with like the holes in it and things. So this is kind of a cool ruin, right? Like, I like that. I wonder if it's just chance that it's ruined this way, or if they had stone on the outer sides, but maybe they had timber or something here because the timber would have rotted faster. Although it's stone across the back. But it's just kind of cool, right, that it's ruined this way. It looks actually like a proper ruin, especially given, like, the coffin helps as well. It does kind of look like a little ruined abbey or something on approach. It's kind of awesome. How ruined are we talking? 97, oh my god, so the last of these are going to pop very soon. 93, 95, 97. Yeah. It does kind of look sort of, I don't know, Whitby Abbey, Reculver Towers like, in its kind of ruined form though, and I love that. Oh, but I promised to go repair guard towers, and since there is one all the way out here, even though there are probably not many people settled here, I am just going to go look. Oh, Ignatius, are you from the States? We do. And in fact, we regularly live in buildings. Like, I mean, I've lived in several mid-Victorian or late Victorian buildings, which are sort of like a lot of our towns and things, just like your standard housing, is kind of 120, 130 years old. A lot of those late Victorian builds. The house that I live in now, that I own, this one is slightly more modern. This one was built in the 30s. So this house is approaching 100 years old. And this is, I mean, okay, not a modern build, but this is not one of our old buildings. Like 30s builds are considered not old at all in terms of like domestic buildings in the UK. Sort of Victorian builds, so we're talking late 1800s, very early 1900s, and Edwardian, kind of 1910s, 1920s. Like, those are very, very commonplace. So an awful lot of our housing that isn't like kind of new build housing or 60s housing is Victorian. You've got towns where you've got sort of like whole like suburbs and things are just Victorian housing as far as the eye can see. So what would be considered one of our older buildings for people to live in, but people regularly do, are when you get back to kind of sort of late Tudor or Georgian Georgian builds and things like that. But again, they're not uncommon. Like the city that I went to, that I've lived in and around for most of my life, where I went and had dinner this evening, that's absolutely rammed full of Victorian builds, Georgian builds. It's got some Tudor houses in there as well. Like we've got quite regularly houses that are several hundred years old, that are just people's residences or have been turned into like little cafes and shops and things. Oh, fuck me. Is that... Okay, no. I suddenly thought this guard tower was at 95 damage, and it's because I distracted myself waffling and haven't actually examined it yet. I was going to say, that's not good. But actually, that's in very good nick. So that's either been repaired recently or is just taking damage very slowly. This is quite a big paved area as well, because obviously this wouldn't have been yard. But with so few neighbours here, I guess they really could make as much of the yard as they wanted to. But yes, this is very cool. I also need to go visit Whitby again, Ruffle. The one and only time I've ever been up to Whitby Abbey, I went up for Whitby Goth Festival with some oddies. And I went there when I had... Okay, it's a little bit of history there. I know exactly when I went there. I must have gone there March 2011. 14 years ago was the last time I went to Whitby Abbey. And I had just separated from my husband, Mark. And some friends of mine were like, you know what, we're going to Whitby, we got a whole bunch of things planned, somebody's dropped out, we've got a space, we've got a bed, you don't have to pay anything, come to Whitby Goth Festival with us. And I was like, yeah, all right. So my one and only time going up to Whitby Goth Festival, and I went to Whitby Abbey. I can't believe how long ago that was now. Take you! Well, maybe you and I should go and take ourselves off up north and go to another Whitby Goth Festival. There's another house in the woods over there. Let's go and have a look at that one. Although there was also a house, there was a road calling me over there. You're not going to be nosy. I'm going to go have a look. How are we doing for time? 20 past. There's loads of time. I will make it back to the academy. But yes, we should make a plan. We should go and take ourselves off to Whitby Goth Festival. I might even be able to crack out some of my some of my corsets that are up in the loft. I don't know if I've still got my my big Victoriana skirts. I probably have got one or two. You know, I had some really nice kind of gathered skirts and corset ensembles. We could goth up and we could go up to Whitby and take some photos of us up in the Abbey. That would be awesome. It's been a long time since I went. It's a heck of a drive from down here, but it is lovely. Gothfest worm meat. Even harder to get to than London. We were talking, was it last stream or was it after the stream? We were talking about, I think it was last stream, we were talking about many, many years ago, Ruffle was one of the people who was involved in organising a real-life worm meet. Many, many years ago, in Worm's earlier days. And we were saying we should try and do another worm moot sometime. You were more cybergoth, really? See, I was never really trad goth, but a little bit of kind of like Victoriana gothic I could get behind. I was never really properly goth aesthetic, certainly not in terms of sort of like makeup and hair and stuff, but Victoriana gothic I can get behind. If you forage that node ahead, I might get a rope to lead a horse. I don't need to lead a horse. Nothing of yours will fit. We'll make new stuff to fit. We'll figure it out. I think this road may now be just... Oh no, there's a pen. And if there's a pen, as per the new rules, there must also be a house, right? So let's go find out. Although... Yeah, there we go, there's the house. Pirate Lodge. Ooh. Tell you what though, now I've spotted a flower node, just in case I come across any more packed tiles, I'm just going to go and forage that so I've got some flowers on me. Yes. Good night, Myra. It was not a PvP beat.
Oh my.
Although, as LARPers, we could totally show up with with weaponry and armour intact in real life and make it a PvP meet if you wanted, Mad. See, Velvet always made me too warm. So, like, I was never, like, Yeah. And like, I think there was probably a time in my teens where I kind of got into crushed velvet a little bit, but in general terms, taffeta though, that lovely kind of like rich, dark two-tone taffeta. Love that stuff. I had some beautiful, beautiful dark two-tone taffetas in kind of like a really dark kind of teal black and a red black, which I liked cracking out for things. I don't think, though, despite the fact that I've got an entire wall of Calaxes full of fabric, I don't think I actually only need two-tone taffeta anymore to knock myself up a skirt with. To be fair, I'm not sure I could fit my corsets now either. But I've probably still got quite a lot of them stashed away. Back from my LARPing days. Go clubbing in the north. Crim said what? Oh, pirate hut, yeah. It is, a pirate hut. There's also a couple of wolves there, and with respect to my newfound squishiness, there's 3 of them, in fact. I don't want to meet all of them all at once, but maybe I could take them on one at a time and be okay. If I die here at Pirate's Cove. Is that? They got Christmas spawns! Guys, look! Look! Sweet potato. It is cooler in the north, that's true. Look at that little sweet potato. Right, let's deal with this first, and then I'm going to go and hug that sweet potato. You've not been clubbing in too long, my dude. I know, I was thinking it's just like tail end of last year. Like, it's been years since I've been up to the Electric Ballroom. I seriously considered, I was really excited by, and nearly went to a gig up in Camden at Coco a couple of weeks back. There was something called, what were they called? Like the Ale House Boys were putting on a music night at Coco, which was being tagged as kind of like 17th century tavern music. And it's a mixture of like classical and folk. And it's a bunch of like guys in their like nice fitted waistcoats, rolled up sleeves, like dancing jigs, playing their fiddles. It looked cracking, but it was on a Friday night, and I try not to book up things on my Friday nights because Calvert and I usually get to stream on Fridays, but obviously we actually ended up having several Fridays in a row where we didn't stream together. Didn't stream this week. I've no idea if we're going to be streaming next because I don't know how long Calvert's going to be able for, so maybe I should have booked up my Friday to go and do it, and I'm kind of regretting not going. But also, it's been so long since I've kind of gotten out of the habit of going to gigs. And the longer you've not been going to them, kind of the bigger a barrier it feels to start going again. I don't really know why. But if I see them doing one of those again somewhere else, maybe I will not skip the opportunity a second time because it looked like a riot. You want to dance? Yes. Far too long is measured in months for you, Madoon. It has been years since I last went clubbing, but I do miss the Electric Ballroom up in Camden, and I do kind of want to go back for one of their electronica nights. Maybe sometime this year. I said I would come hug a sweet potato, didn't I? Ah. Look. Yeah.
Mwah.
Who's caring for it? I assume it's cared for. Fred Sanford. There we go. It's nice to see that they got Christmas spawns over on Guidance as well. I thoroughly approve. It's also kind of nice that this is sort of like, you know, Pirate Lodge in Pirate Cone. You think, haha, pirates. But they're big softies at heart. They've gone caring for bisons. So they must be good eggs. In spite of their piracy. Years for you, Ruffle. 14 months for you, Madoon. What sort of clubs do you go to when you go clubbing, Madoon? I used to go to like EBM nights mostly, kind of industrial EBM stuff. The number of V&V Nation gigs that I went to up in and around sort of Camden and nearby surrounds as well. In fact, I think I saw V&V Nation at Coco once. Coco's a really nice little venue with a very storied history in terms of bands and artists that have played there over the years. I may have made a critical error, you know, because I only lined up 2 drinks, and I finished my second one. What are the chances of me dying AFK if I go and grab a drink while fighting these wolves? Don't know if I buried the first one, but let's bury that one. There is another one up there. Oh, you sod! So that flower node that I foraged didn't actually get me any plantable flowers anyway. Outrageous. Let's just tink a couple of these up though, just in case, because I don't want to get too cocky. What do you mean I'm too busy? Oh, of course my mind logic is tanked. I don't have 7 actions anymore. Just gonna have to cue them slowly. No. You go to whatever people to invite you to. Last was a feeling gloomy event. What's a feeling gloomy event? Is that a theme or is that a band? Speaking of gigs, I've missed the last 2 or 3 Stephen Wilson tours, and that makes me very sad because Stephen Wilson is one of my very, very favourite, possibly my favourite musical artist, and he does a proper show. Stephen Wilson's prog rock. He's probably the most prolific and successful prog rock artist that most people have never heard of. He's been involved in so many things. He's very talented. Oh, it's a club night. Club night where? It's a company. And his gigs are the kind of ones where like it is a whole like light show and a whole experience, not just a gig. And they're kind of awesome, but I haven't been to those in a while. Things like Pulp. Okay. Okay, so that's me mostly healed. I'm going to go fight this wolf, and I'm going to very bravely, instead of putting you on a be right back screen, I'm going to leave you watching this, hopefully not watching me die, while I go and grab myself another drink. And if this all goes horribly wrong and I come back to a red screen, at least I know you guys witnessed my downfall.
Da 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 da. Victory. Da 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 da. Victory. Ah, goblin glee.
I see the wolf did not make it. But I did. I am back with drink number 3, and also some super sneaky Milky Bar with mini eggs in it that I spotted in the fridge because why not? Also, drink number 3 is bubbling quite aggressively. There we go, much better. Right, let's bury that one too. And I've probably tarried over here long enough. I should head back and do the thing that I said I was going to do like half an hour ago and actually put my boat back. Put my boat back on Seal Lake, run my way back to New Dawn, and then run down and go and have a look at the academy. While I eat my chocolate. Which is technically not chocolate at all because it doesn't contain cocoa because it's white. White chocolate. Turned my boat the wrong way as well. Well done, me. Farewell, Pirate Cove. Farewell, Sweet Potato. No.
Goodbye.
There we go. Right. Off we go. Oh, one of your tunes is a CA attacker. I didn't know that. That's cool. So which building were we looking out for when we get to the academy? You want to try one of those. Oh, silent discos. So I have been to one silent disco. Unintentionally. I didn't mean to go to one. Kotaka's mansion. Okay, cool. Yeah, my work Christmas do, because I started a new job last summer, my work Christmas do included a silent disco. And I liked it a lot more than I expected to, actually. And one of the things that I liked most about it was being an autistic person. People trying to make conversation with you at parties when there's alcohol involved in a very loud room gets very tiring very quickly. And once they put the silent disco on, I had a wonderful excuse to put headphones on, so I clearly couldn't hear anybody. And to not make conversation with people. And even if I didn't want to dance, like I spent the first half hour of it, actually, because I'm not much of a dancer, not in front of people. I spent the first half hour of it just like with the headphones on, switching between channels, chilling out. I did actually do a little bit of dancing later, and it was quite nice. I have to say the channels available at that particular one wouldn't have been my choice, but I usually managed to find something that I liked. So yeah, I get it now. And it's got added benefits for neurospices. I would go to one of those again. It was quite good fun. Although, part of a silent disco, I suppose, that always weirds me out a little bit is there's always going to be somebody in the room, right, who turns their headset off, and then they just get to be the person in a room. It's a bit like being a sober person in a room full of drunk people, right? They get to be the person who, with no sound playing at all, gets to just watch everybody dancing and humming or singing along to themselves in the silence of the room, and then it's super, super weird. And I kind of, like... I'm kind of only willing to play along and do like the dancing and the singing and things while I think that other people aren't witnessing it. Like the whole point is you're all in that boat together. But you never know. You did dance lots at your work Christmas party, Madoon. See, even when I dance in front of other people, I don't properly dance. Like, I never have. I'm not particularly coordinated for dance, but also I don't know. I've always been very kind of shy about dancing in front of people. Not something I've ever really felt very confident in. So sometimes in kind of like EBM nightclubs and stuff where like nobody is looking at anybody, like those are the kinds of places where you can kind of get lost in it. But even then, rare to see me like actually out on a dance floor. Sometimes you'll see me at the edge of a dance floor, just doing a little wiggle. Somewhere comfortable, like, you know, a wall where I feel safe, back to a wall. But it's rare to see me actually out in the thick of a dance floor anywhere. It's not because I don't enjoy the music. I do. I love music. Music is kind of soul food for me. But just never been much of a dancer. Ruffle, you dance with your eyes shut anyway. Well, you know, I was saying this, Madoon. I was saying this, like, I think I was saying this on stream last week, actually. Like, there are so many things which for so long I have avoided doing because I'm afraid of not doing them well. And I think, I'm conscious that that's not a good way to be. That deprives me of so much joy and so many experiences. And it's something that I'm actively trying to do better at letting go of like that perfectionism and that fear of not being good at things, fear of being seen doing things I'm not good at, because it's just a pretty fucking miserable way to go about your life, avoiding things which you might actually find a lot of joy in, or finding joy in things but doing them like only where people can't see, and even things which I am objectively speaking probably quite good at or quite skilled in, like I spent quite a time practicing them. I get good results with them. Even those I'm still shy about showing other people, doing in front of other people, things like that. You know, like I'm a pianist. I've been a pianist since I was really quite small. My dad built a church organ in our back room just to see if he could. So I started playing things on that, and when they realised that I sort of had a knack for it, I started getting piano lessons. I didn't have them for very long. I had piano lessons when I was quite small, But the problem is I play by ear. I've got quite a well-tuned musical ear. I learn things and remember the way things sound quite easily, which is also why I'm quite good at accents when I put my mind to it. But so I can listen to music and then I can figure out how to play it properly, like fully, not just the melody, but the whole thing. It takes me a little bit of time, but I find it easier to learn how to play things that way by ear than I do reading music. So even though I was taught to read music, reading music is like wading through treacle for me. It is slower and more painful and less enjoyable than the puzzle solving process of listening to a piece of music and then working out how to recreate it. So, I mean, I've been playing piano on and off for years. I have one just over there. I've had several over the years, but it's not something that I tend to play in front of people. There's very few people that have actually heard me play. My first girlfriend, like my childhood sweetheart, she got it. She was allowed to listen to me play because she sort of didn't try and like cajole me on or talk me into it or persuade. She was just sort of like, she just liked to sit there and listen and like just be with me while I played, and that's fine. But I don't know, my husband later in the years sort of like, you know, he would almost sort of like, I think to try and give me space to play would almost like pretend like he couldn't hear me, like I wasn't playing. That was almost worse. And I've got parents that, of course, were so proud of my playing, and they would always try and be like, you know, oh, you know, come and play something for us, you know, perform for us. And it's the performance bit that I hate, ironically, as somebody who grew up in theatre. I find when I play music, I like to play music for me, not for other people listening. And in particular, when you're learning an instrument, or even when you're just playing an instrument for your own pleasure, it might be that you like to play things through and play a full repertoire, but for me, I usually get something stuck in my head like a mood that I can't quite shift. And I want to keep playing at that thing and needling at that thing, which is probably not great for somebody to listen to, because although I'm playing quite complex, interesting, moody pieces, often I'm playing the same thing over and over and I'm tweaking it and I'm refining it, and that's not great for a performance. And I don't like the performance aspect of music or singing. So I don't like to do them in front of other people, because then I'm expected to perform rather than to enjoy and do them for my pleasure. And there's a lot of things like that, where either I won't do them at all, or I will only do them not in front of people, or not where people get to see the results. And the downside of that is I think it's just sapped a load of potential joy out of the world for me, so I'm trying to do better. So yes, like, whether or not you dance well, if you get joy out of dancing, just fucking dance, do it. Because I don't think I've ever watched someone dance enjoying themselves and thought, like, oh, well, they're not a very good dancer, because the part of the pleasure and part of the joy of dance is enjoying the dancing. It's not really about technical skill. It's about having fun. So good on you. I would like to be more like you, is the conclusion of that very, very long ramble. I would very much like to be a person who can dance without feeling self-conscious in front of people and actually enjoy dancing for myself. But I don't. I'm not there yet. Just move. I do, but my moving just tends to be sort of like a wiggle. Like, I'm a wiggler. Rhythmic wiggler, for sure, but not like give me a nice cold wall to lean against, because, you know, I'm always regulating my temperature on things, and a really good beat that I can feel thudding in my chest, and I can close my eyes and wiggle the night away, but I don't think anybody would call it dancing. As close as I get. Now, just trying to remember where the cave entrance was. Yeah, it's somewhere over here, right? We'll find it. There, maybe? There-ish? I think the sign has long decayed. Ooh, look, there's a house up on the hill. This is the hill that we tobogganed down with our rowboat. This little bit here, I think. Or was it that little bit there? It might have actually been that little bit over there. I think it's here, though, because I think just over there is where Mimas' house was. You see, but Ruffle, that's great as well. You feel self-conscious, but you do it anyway. Good on you. That's the thing that I I need to get better at doing things even though I'm self-conscious about doing them. Is it there? Where does our mine come out? Somewhere here. We'll find it. You can see a sign. Where's the sign? I can't see the sign yet. Aha! There is indeed still a sign. Wow. I'm surprised that the signs last that long, to be honest. Yeah. Unless that's something that somebody's come and also repaired. But I tell you what, let's just disembark that. I tell you what, these cave walls here, okay, no, they are reinforced. They just don't show from outside. I was about to say we really need to reinforce that. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to go up and see if it needs repairing, because somebody may have repaired it. I'm surprised it's still there at all. Somebody has not repaired it, so let's just repair that, because that is a really useful sign to keep intact. So what's that knocked it down to? 27. Gosh, that's quite a quality loss. I am so not used to my repair skill being that low. But better than nothing. At least that'll keep it around a while longer. Right, let's drop the boat back. Then we're going to go running on foot back towards New Dawn, back down to the academy, have a look around there. And then I guess I will head back up to the portal and pop back to Exodus. Or release Exodus, probably, because that's where I'm building at the moment. And wrap up the stream there. But we've got a bit of a way to go yet for those of you that are still hanging around. I'm sure that several people have now slept off to bed, because I know most of our continental Europeans probably have slipped away, but we've still got some Brits around. Still got some of you over in the US. So we've got a little bit of way to go yet, and I've still got a bit of energy left in me. We can do this. Might be regretting my Milky Bar mini egg bar, though. Not enough to stop eating it, though. God's still in here, I see. Hanging out with the horses. I think Ruffle said she'd already repaired Madoon's boat. Yep. Ruffle, I don't know if your guidance tune is actually likely to stay on guidance, the one you've got over here. Do you want me to add them to the boat? Add their perms to the boats before I go running off back up to New Dawn. Would that be useful? Or are they not long for guidance? White chocolate is not the worst. I love white chocolate. It's just because I'm quite warm and it's quite warm here. White chocolate definitely needs to be eaten straight out of the fridge, and that was straight out of the fridge, but it is rapidly catching up to room temperature. Wait. Oh. Yeah, so... Lurker in the sheep, right? There we go. They've now also got access to the boat if they need it. I don't think you can see anything about creator signatures on unfinished items anyway, can you? So who knows whose that was, although that's pretty decayed. Are these the remainders of your hedges, Ruffle, or did somebody build here after you? Because I know you had like a nice little like animal space in the yard. I can't remember if you had hedges or not. Yeah. Farewell, little treehouse spot. I wonder what happened to the animals that we cared for around here. Like, I wonder where they've made it to, if anywhere. I mean, they may not still be alive. but they may have been picked up and taken elsewhere as cared for creatures. There was a horse in here, was there? Was there a horse in here? No, maybe not. I was going to say, because it's entirely possible if they're anywhere near our deeds, they may have wandered into our minds, but otherwise I imagine they've either wandered away or they've been adopted. We didn't have too many cared for, I don't think, but we had probably a couple cared for each. So, boat back where it belongs. All guard towers that we've passed repaired as we go by, including the one that we built just up here, the memes one. And we're going to take a slightly different route back, this time probably following roads. So where I said that's where we dragged the canoe down, that was just the other end of this road, where there's the house up on the hill, I think. The house is probably somewhere over there, the house that I was pointing to, just on the other side of that cave entrance. Or killed. I mean, yeah, they might have been killed. They might have died to wildlife trying to eat them. They might have been killed. They might have been adopted. There's any number of things that could have happened to them. I don't think I cared for any on Crim, but there would be a way to find out, wouldn't there? I think they were probably all cared for on Crimson Sky. Yeah, Crim. This Crim hasn't got any cared for over here. If I brought Crimson Sky over, I suppose that would be the way to find out, because they would still be in her Manage Animals menu if they were alive somewhere. There's another flower node there though, so I'm just going to go pick it. Maybe this one will be kind and give me flowers, you never know. Actual flowers I can plant. Not so far. Hey, purple flowers. Good night, yups. One of the things I did like about guidance, this is the other reason I shouldn't eat chocolate, makes me want to cough. One of the things I did like and do like about guidance, and it's probably just down to the rate of horse spawns here, but because there is such a rate of horse spawns, you actually see a really good variety of horse colours, whereas horse spawns are relatively rare, relatively uncommon anyway, on all of the other servers. So mostly when you see wild ones, they're almost always grey. Occasionally you'll see one of the others. Out here we managed to find, you know, rare colour spawns and things. Ooh, a broken tile. Whoops, something didn't render. Feel like I might fall through the world. Woo. But it's quite common among all these wild horses. Obviously there's a load of greys, but it's quite common to see like the common colours just out and about everywhere in the wild. But occasionally you'll also see, you know, an Appaloosa or a buckskin or something. And obviously we did manage to find a fair few of those, because people started finding and breeding them really quite early when guidance first started. People were breeding rare colours within the first week. And that's kind of nice to see that variety of horse colours just out in the wild, because on pretty much all of the other servers, any wild horse you see is grey. The only way you get to see colours is in stables, with the occasional exception. Occasionally you'll find like a gold one or a brown one in the wild. Not sure I've ever seen a wild spawned ebony, but obviously they must exist. It's not really giving me plantable flowers either, but it is at least giving me food that I could feed animals with, so if we see any more desperately in need of feeding, I should give them some food. Now, there were nowhere near this many trees here before. This is, I imagine, the spread of trees, because this was pretty much just all open meadow around here. And that's one of those things that, oh, lovely. Thank you. This is one of those things which is quite a stark difference now that the server has been up for a year. That spread of trees, the trees mixing now instead of being in their sort of individual sort of like biomes and clusters, but also just those open meadows that Guidance had in those early months have now just been swallowed up for the most part. Open meadows are so rare to see on the normal servers, and this is why, because when trees start to spread, other than steppe, which is not particularly pretty to have as open meadow, all grass tiles are sort of at risk from the slow, inexorable spread of trees and bushes, and which is very evident here. But also that means that it's a bit harder to navigate through this bit than I expected in a way, because it's now so dense with trees. Like, I could stop and let my compass settle, but I'm not even entirely sure where I am now, whereas before it used to be super easy to see. Oh, hello, Ratty. Super easy to see, kind of, see your way across from coast to coast over those lovely rolling meadows and things. Just gonna let that settle and hope that rat doesn't come for me. Not because I can't take a rat, but because I feel bad killing rats. I mean, I did. I'm following these little roads, but I was sort of following to see where these new roads went. There we go. There we go. It's now settled. So I am still going in the right kind of direction. I mean, I left the lake back a while ago as well, but my intention was to... oh, Ratty. I want to go repair that guard tower now the rat is right next to it. Stay away. Stay back. You don't want to hurt your little ratty friend. Dead bison over there, though. Shh. Begin. How's this guard tower looking? Ah, you know what? It doesn't need repair. It's fine. We'll just carry on over this side and hope that the rat doesn't pick up our scent. Have we been successful? I think, yes, we've been successful. Look at that. Evidently the remains of somebody's house just over there. Now only furniture left. But I do remember that the woodland that I was heading for was quite thick with fir trees, so it's encouraging that I'm now coming into a fir forest. So we should be just up on the hill, like we should have more sea over there and the lake behind us, because the remains of that forest, if I zoom back in, the remains of the forest that ran kind of north-south along here, the forest that was here originally was fir forest, and that should be sort of what I'm running through here. There was tar somewhere around in this forest as well. But I kind of sort of want to... Whoop! I was going to make my way back down to the water, but I might have gotten turned around, as I do so easily do. And it takes quite a while for my compass to settle, so I don't want to keep stopping and waiting for it. But, I mean, how hard's it to get lost on Guidance, really? I'll figure out where I am soon. I'll see water, or I'll find a major road, and it'll all be fine. Someone's tent over there. They must be a fairly recent player, because tents do decay quite fast and put down, like certainly in a matter of days rather than weeks. But I just... You're going to call it too? Yup. Good night, Bun. Sleep well. Definitely past your pumpkin time. I just got myself down into a little dip, into a little valley, and I'm like, I actually don't know where I am at all. But there's a little bit of road there. Goodness knows what we're going to find out here. I feel like there should be water over here somewhere, but I might have gotten so turned around that it's actually like all the way over there, or maybe I'm now heading north, or... No, look, there we go, there's the water. I was not wrong. I'm not totally useless. I just went for a nice little amble through the woods. And she was never seen again. You know what? This is why I like fur, right? Fur makes for really nice, thick woodland. Clay bricks. Clay bricks. Not fired. Oh, very low quality clay bricks, though. I wonder if... Look. Secret remains of a house. The farm lasted longer than the house did. Wow. Don't get distracted, though, because I glimpsed water over there and then I promptly turned away from it, and I need to not do that. So, this east-west road. Okay, so this is new. This 2-tile track east-west. Sorry, not east-west. This is a north-south road. Heading along the waterside. So this will have gone past... Moved away, go down ramp and loot. That's cute. This would have gone past what was Griffin Farron's place, and this should take us all the way down to... if we carry on up that way, that should take us back up towards the place where Moomin had settled. Griffin Farron's place would have been somewhere around about here-ish. And if we carry on down, it's going to take us back to that place where all of the boats were parked up. The big boats, I mean, and the more developed bit. So we're just going to come back up onto that here, and then we're going to turn and we're going to take the main, like the highway that was one of the first roads built on Guidance, that road heading east-west from New Dawn out to the water, and we'll go that way. Keep the city clean. It's cute that this is like now being treated like a city, but this is probably the most populated, or one of the most populated bits of Guidance now. Look at all these signs. All of this communication among neighbours. No parking. Ah, we're back in Bashan's local, so we know we're in the right place. That's Bashan's house up there with the parapets that we went and looked at earlier. Pretty sure that this is Godtail. We already checked. Yep. So I'm going to go this way a little bit and see if I can pick up that road. Then we're going to go road running our way back up to New Dawn, and then turn south to the academy from there. To New Dawn. This is the road. So it's not quite a 3-tile width road, because I don't think we can officially have highways on Guidance, right? But it is kind of a 3-tile road. It's just you don't go up the middle one. And this is probably one of the oldest roads on Guidance. This was established really very early, even in this format, with this kind of like 1-on-1 with a strip up the middle. So in Guidance terms, this is an old road. Not that there's many. No catch-eye highways. Now I know that this terraforming has, a lot of terraforming has occurred here, because this is the tar pit that I went to complete the tar bit of the in-game quests on Crimson Sky in the first week or two, and this was just somewhere along the road in the thick of trees, but evidently it's now been raised up to make it more prominent. Ooh. That's fancy for a Guidance house. I imagine it's probably not very deep. I know I'm meant to be on a mission, but I need to go look at this. I looked at doing this just the other day. In fact, that marble house that I showed you very briefly at the start of stream that I've just built over on Exodus, I put pillars on the upper floor, and I did try pillars on the lower floor to see how I could get them to intersect, but I didn't like the way it looked. So instead, I covered this lower bit of pillar that sticks out if you have first floor pillars by sticking shrines over the entrance instead, and I'm still not convinced about it. Like, it covers it okay, but I'm not sure about the two shrines flanking the entrance as a look. I quite like the interior pillars as well. So this house manages to be as big as it is through it being quite shallow, and it's actually, is it 2 built? Yeah, there you go. It's actually 2 buildings. So this will be 2 toons builds, but it's quite cleverly put together so that it makes it look like a much bigger footprint. And the thing is, I mean, you see people do this with houses all the time on the other servers, and it's less remarkable there somehow because you're not working within the limitations that they have in on Guidance. It's just on Guidance, it's really rare to see a big house. So whenever I see one, I'm like, ooh, what have they done there? But that's pretty fancy looking. I like that. Magus Sanctum or Magus Sanctum. It's good. I approve. I like. Not sure about what's going on with this bit of terraforming just here. It looks like somebody made a platform to maybe put a tower on. Or a house. Maybe there was a house up there, or maybe they intended a tower for it and never quite got around to it. I quite like these couple of little houses down in the valley as well. Again, this was absolutely just covered in trees. This was thick forest when the server started. So there's been a lot of land clearance going on here to make all of this space possible. It's quite cute though, these little kind of like almost little village clusters of houses. I imagine any guard towers on this this highway are pretty well repaired. Yeah. It's more likely to be the ones out in the wilds. Now, I think on our last stream on guidance, was it our last one or our second to last one that Calvert and I did where we went out in the cart rather than on the boat? We came up here and we were marvelling at the time about this bit of land down here which was covered in huts, and I said this looks like a really organic village, the way that it's popped up all of these different kinds of building designs, because when one person designs a village deed, it's all kind of coordinated, like it's got a regularity to it with that one design principle in place. But what we liked about this when we looked at it was there was a whole little cluster of houses which were clearly not all designed by, you know, this wasn't one person's grand vision. It was a really kind of organic village that had popped up with more and more people just kind of like adding their huts and their little things, and it was really quite lovely. And I don't know if any of these are some of the original huts that we looked at or if there are new ones that have popped up in their place, but there is a lot less. You coming? There is a lot less here in terms of huts than there was before. There we go, we've briefly got Amina back. But, you know, there's still a few there. So, and you can still see, like, the road infrastructure. And she's gone again. You can still see sort of like the road infrastructure of that village. And I kind of now also want to go back and just glimpse at that stream and see what this view was like that we stopped and looked out over in terms of houses. Because clearly some things have changed. Like, I think there wasn't this big central road, and in a way it looks a little less organic now because now some of those other houses have gone. Someone's made sort of like, you know, a deliberate pathway through it. And I feel like before maybe it didn't have that. It was more kind of winding paths and clusters. But I have to say, it still looks like a really nice little village-like space. Like if I were going to come back and try and settle somewhere in guidance, this is the kind of space I'd be looking to settle if I were wanting to get into a little bit of a community space rather than out on my Todd. Ooh, someone's built an obelisk over there. So people have actually also finished mission structures here. Good on them. Not just started them. I mean, it looks like this is an area you can join. There's a recruitment board just there. So maybe it is a space that you can also come and set up as well. There you go, and actually there's quite a little village. Although I have to say most of those, that one, maybe that one, all look like houses in decay. But that one looks quite intact. Not so sure about that one. Can't really see from here, and of course I don't have a spyglass. But around that little lake. Is that the GM spawned one above the mine? GM spawned one above the mine. Which one? Oh, yes, you might be right, actually. That could be the obelisk over the mine. So maybe people haven't... I was going to be impressed because mission structures are a hard build. Like, so for toons that are capped at 30 to build them would be quite a feat. We saw that unfinished obelisk earlier. But yes, in fact, you are quite right. That is the New Dawn mine. Good spot. And this is the road up to New Dawn, which is what we're just coming up to up here. That might actually be Pom's Rearguard Tower just over there, because I can see the gleam on it from here. We'll soon find out. And there's another one there. Shadow Hell Horse. And these are pretending to be horses. They are in fact not. They're fibbing. Secret fibbing horses. I don't remember, but maybe they were always here. I don't remember this kind of proliferation of lamps all the way down New Dawn, but I mean, were they always here, Vulcan? I can't imagine that New Dawn has been added to much since Guidance opened, so maybe they were always here and I just didn't really clock them before. But they're quite cool, this sort of lamp-lined highway. I don't remember it from before. Right, so we are back up at New Dawn. I tell you what, one of the things that's a really stark difference, which was to do with that, where we talked earlier about the rules changes, the tweaks that they made to Guidance. The thing that I didn't mention, which was a really big one, which of course they rolled out elsewhere as well, was getting rid of that graveyard of carts. Because the last time we came back through New Dawn, this space here in particular, but also some of these spaces, but this space here was just like a field of abandoned carts, because people were abandoning them at the start town, because that's where you leave it to go and step through a portal, but also because vehicles were protected from decay in start towns, which they now no longer are. It was a safe place to leave your cart, but people then ended up leaving them there indefinitely, and it got very, very cluttered very quick. So I do think that was a good move. So we've got a Pears Guard Tower there. And oh no, it was a Belisama one, not a Pom one. There we go. There might be a Pom one further down. Belisama Tower there. Belisama's been responsible for probably about a third of the creatures in my GM Spawns Wildlife Park. I reckon 100 or more of the cared for GM spawns I have in there were Bell spawns. Probably another 100 or more were Pom spawns. Another 100 or more were Vayu. And I think the remaining 100 were probably split between, you know, the remainder of the GMs, like some Enki spawns and some Broca spawns and a couple of others. Look at that. I wonder if those ones just stay in good repair or if they also need manually repairing from time to time. So we're now making our way down towards the academy. So in map terms, that little body of water down there, that's the piece, that's the little lake that we're seeing there, I think. That bit just there. So when we were walking along that east-west path, and we could see it, we were walking along essentially like a highway here, looking down on that body of water from that side. Now we're walking down north-south, down a north-south road this way, looking at it from this side. And the academy's actually down on the bigger sections of lake, just down here. So that's sort of where we are and what we're looking out on down there. Much loves for GMs who make named sheep, yes. And named chickens. You have a venerable tactical weapons tester hen. Oh, wow, that's a good one. I've never had that one. When you were testing, you live right on the edge of the lake. Okay, cool. Cool. Silver Lake neighborhood down there. When Calvert and I came here before, somebody had built a Corbita or started a Corbita on a tiny little like 6-tile pond as well, which was pretty adorable. It's like somebody had built a ship for a puddle, or started building a. There you go. There's the rare Pom Tower. I knew that there was one here. In fact, we'll probably pass the puddle. I think it might have been that puddle just down there. Free newbie mounts just there. Glad she's being cared for, Taka. Which cluster have you got that one on? I don't remember. This one over here, though, maybe it's because I never went in this direction. Is this another GM tower, or is this a player-made tower? In fact, I don't remember this little neighbourhood at all. I don't know if it was always there and we just never ventured this way, or if this is, like, certainly this pretty patterned highway, I don't remember passing at all. So this might be newer. And they've made a public mine as well, which is really nice. Yeah, that must be player-made. Salt Heart. I'm sure that's also in good repair, but since it's only a quick run away, I'm just going to go double-check that one too. That puddle was your lake, Vulcan. Okay, all right. Was that also your Corbita, though? On cadence, Taka. When I go to the Northern Freedom Isles, I sometimes see like GM name spawns. Like I've never seen them call things like that on the Southern Freedom Isles, and I'm like, I want some, but I cannot take them home. That one is also in good nick, and that one's up to quality 31 as well, so that's been well built and is evidently being well maintained, at least for the time being. Yeah, I don't remember this at all, but I also feel like this was much more wooded than it now is. This looks much more open, whereas some of the meadows now are much more wooded by the same bent. Some of the what were very forested or wooded areas are now much more open and have been overtaken by shrubberies, such as this one. I mean, no, you could walk across it. You could walk across it then, but that's why it was so ridiculous. Corbeta being built in a puddle. The knights who say "ni" would indeed be happy. Another shrubbery. I don't know if you were there for that, Vulcan, but at the Delhi Renaissance Festival, among the many games I was running, one of them was a Go Fetch game, and I actually had 2 rounds of that planned, but I only got to run one in the end, which made me very, very sad, because for one of those I wanted to make people go and fetch me a shrubbery, and I was going to make them go find me or make me planted sort of herbs or coffee beans or something. I wanted to send people off to get me another shrubbery as one of the Go Fetch quests, and then if I had time, I also wanted to get them to go and fetch me another grubbery and get them to go dig a grub out of a tree. But we just did not get to run enough rounds for that. Oh. Evidently something was here that is now no longer. Passer's house over there. Gargan's mansion. See, none of these are names that I recognise. Are there 2 rare palm towers? I haven't got turned around right. Just checking. Okay, no, so this is not... Is this the little lake that you were talking about? Sort of after a herring. There are two, okay. So this is not the little puddle that I was talking about. There was literally like a sort of a 4 or 5 tile puddle that somebody had built a Corbeta on. So you were somewhere around here, were you, Vulcan? I do remember running over some of the lakes down here, which are basically all as shallow as this, and there was like just a road running right through the lake. Rutger's cottage. This is almost kind of, it feels like a little bit swampy, in a cool way, like this kind of sort of shallow water dipping in and out, just in and out of the waterline. If I see a faux altar near the road side of the pond, that would be you. Can we see a faux altar? Oh, I can see some chests. Oh, sun's going down though. There's a loom over there. We've got some tiny little puddles down here. That's quite a nice little house. That looks cozy. Now there's shed. Somebody put a gravestone for a guard. Cute. I like all the people putting signs up being like, I'm moving a black sheep ruffle loose in the wild. Yeah, it might have decayed at this point. Although I have to say my little altar hadn't decayed. So I think actually the altars probably do decay quite slow. Quite slow at this point, but yes, it may have been reclaimed. Moved somewhere else. So we're coming up on the academy, I think. There we go, the academy staff helper town. I know, little black sheep just out on the road by itself. Is that 3 rare palm towers? Goodness me. So we went and had a look around that little lake, and in fact, one of the mountains down by this lake was the one where we went and looked at someone's deed, and they fell down the mountain, and we were like, did you just hear someone die? Did we just hear someone die? And I had to go abseiling. I decided to go abseiling down the mountainside to try and retrieve her horse, and she was like, no, I've got plenty of horses. And I was like, but it's a horse, it needs help. Who have we got? Oh, Kataka, that's you, right? So we've got Taka in local. I don't know if we have still got Taka in chat. And also, speaking of rare horses out in the wild, there you go, there's one. It's just a random black silver horse there. This one is a bred one. Does it belong to someone? Has it got traits? It has 2 traits, and I can't see what they are because I'm capped. Hello, Taka. Now I got thoroughly distracted. I was meant to be making my way to the academy, and then I wandered, and now I don't know if I'm still going the right way or not. Have I got turned the wrong way round? I think it was down this way, right? Right? Okay, good. Yeah, I know that this was well lined with roads. Hello, little rooster. You can have a hug. Yeah. We love chooks, especially wild chooks. Somebody's been breeding around here. There's all kinds of named horses just loose about this hoose. Whoa, what did I do there? Don't mind me just veering off the road. I think that was me accidentally touching things I shouldn't. That one's damaged though. Let's just repair that one back up. Towards the southern sea, that way. This is the public mine, which we popped into before, I think on stream. This is the one that had like not all veins, but it had several kinds of veins in, and I wonder how many it's got left. I don't know how many more have been seeded. Also, I don't remember that road being that well lit, but we'll go and have a quick look up there in a minute as well. So obviously we still got iron, but we had zinc and sandstone and marble down here definitely before when I was here. So we still got the sandstone, still got the silver, the iron. Oh, I don't remember it being open that side before. Was it always open that side? It's open both sides. Oh, I'm getting so turned around. It was definitely not open that side before. I don't think it was open in both directions before. I think that's new, but this one might have been there. That one definitely wasn't, because they were still mining out this way when I was here last time, and the marble vein was down here somewhere around a corner. Might have also been slate in here, I can't remember, but there's definitely been more development here. The copper they'd just gotten to, I think. This has been seeded, right? Because we didn't have this beautiful cluster in this group like this before, like with the copper and the zinc and the marble and the slate. There was marble and slate down here, but certainly not that close together. But yeah. Was it open on both sides originally, Taka? Has it always been like that? I was sure it wasn't open in this direction. But it might have been open on the side, on that side before. But I'm sure it wasn't open that side, because we were still mining in that direction. I think they just found the copper, or just found a copper vein down here when I was here last. In that direction. So I think at least that side was only opened out more recently, or at least after we stopped coming here late last summer. This also goes much further in now than it did before. This was a much windier route before, and I think maybe the marble that was up here was long gone. It certainly didn't go anywhere near this far in. Like, God, this goes on for miles now. It was definitely a much smaller mine, and it wasn't a small mine at all, but it was a definitely much smaller mine back then. Whereas look, how far does it now go? I might have done that thing, Ruffle, where you're like, ooh, a mine, and you go running, and then you've been running for so long, and you're like, maybe I should turn back, but sunk cost fallacy. Like, I've come all this way, maybe I should just keep going. Yeah, it was it was probably about a dozen tiles deep when I was here. Like, they'd gotten as far as marble, and marble was the end of the mine. Certainly nothing like this, and I'm kind of wondering with the way this is dug if actually this has now been dug all the way out to the coast to take boats in and out. I suspect it possibly has, because it's the only way that you'd get to the outer coast from the academy, unless they punched a hole through the mountains here, which I always kind of wondered if they would, out of this bigger lake. But the lake is so shallow, this lake here, that it would be quite difficult to traverse without a lot of digging or dredging it down anyway. Oh no, it is not a boat mine. Or maybe not a boat mine yet. Maybe there's a plan for it, but for right now, it is not. However, you could, if you, yeah, look at that. You could. Boaty McColleander face. Oh, I just missed the purpling as well. But you could, if you brought your boat here, you could absolutely just drag your boat over this hump. Like, because dragging is not that slow. It's slow to do over 20 or 30 tiles, or 40 or 50 tiles like Calvert and I did, dragging it over that hill, but dragging it over a couple of tiles to just get past that point. I wonder why that ridge is there and somebody hasn't surface mined that down, because all you'd need to do here is to sail your boat all the way across that mine up to this point and then just pull it over the last hump to get you out onto the open sea. So that's pretty cool. Also that right there, that's pretty cool. Look at those skies. Love it. See, totally worth it, Ruffle. Worth it just for the skies and the view. Although my rendering's a little bit dodgy here because my trees are rendering even though the terrain line is not. So we got some floating trees over here, but never mind. So we're looking out west, which means we're probably looking out over this view out here, I reckon. Does that look about right? Yeah. We're looking down this waterway here. Calvert and I did actually sail back up out and around this bit, I think. Or in fact, we might have missed this bit in the middle and come around this way. I can't quite remember. But we definitely came up and around this bit at some point. So we sailed back up this coast. Kind of makes me want to come and settle on guidance, but guidance is not for settling on. So back into the mine we go. Having to wait for a natural collapse to remine the entrance. Oh, of course, because you can't buy anything from the silver shop on guidance, so you can't shake or orbit, and we have no priests on guidance, so you can't strongball it. Yeah, that'll be why it is not yet a boat mine. Good call. I mean, it's also not reinforced, but it's wide enough that even if there was a collapse, like, it's not going to close the whole tunnel. The thing is, as well, with making canalways like this on guidance, is I'm not saying it's easy to mine out a vein like this on the other clusters, but it is a damn sight easier than it would be on guidance, because, like, the skill, the sort of like the skill, the higher skill tunes, and especially with enchanted items, with like fast items, where you can line up several tunes, all of them with Wind of Ages, you can take down a vein like that for canal building in a reasonable time, with a significant amount of effort, but in a reasonable time. Whereas on a server like Guidance, with no enchants, nothing to speed up your tools, all of your skills capped, actually taking out kind of a vein that's in the way for a canal like this, significant amount of work. So that's the other reason to make this kind of 2 or 3 wide tile canal, so that when you come across a vein like that, you just got to hope you don't come across 2 or 3 side by side. You just go around it rather than trying to take it out. Yeah, alt armies. But even with alt armies on guidance, that would still be very painful to actually take those out, unless you're very lucky and get one that is already very low quantity, I guess. Hello, are you back again? Or are you just hungry and have come to ask for food? Oh dear, did nobody feed you? That's Mina asking for food this time. Oh. Yeah, in fact, I remember the mountainside that, I can't remember her name, but the mountainside that a tune fell off of while showing us around on stream. Pretty sure it was this mountain up here, right? Somewhere just up here-ish, where Calvert and I tried to climb up to the top because they'd sort of flattened off the top and mined their way most of the way up to the top. Pretty sure it was around here. Ooh, I said Was it just here? I said I was going to go and have a look. There was a nice little, like, lamp-lined road I was just going to go and have a peek at. Was it up here? Yes, it was. Let's just go and have a peek. What's over here? And if anybody spots Taka's house, I can hear them working away at stuff. So they must be somewhere around here. We'll go and say hi to Taka as well. Toil's got a place over there, I see. Bella Serendipity. Academy Warehouse over there. Was the road to the Academy always lamp-lined like this, though? Because again, I don't quite remember. I don't quite remember it being lamp-lined like this, but then if we hadn't come here at night, it would have been a lot less apparent, I suppose. Because I definitely came to the Academy before. So Tristan's place is just there. And I remember the training hall in these big buildings, and I was like, well, that wasn't built by players with the building cap, surely. Although, actually, because it's 2 or 3 buildings together, it probably is within, like, it fits within the building cap size. It's just the way that they are clustered makes it look much bigger than it is. There we go, and there's Kataka. Hello, Taka. Nice to see you.
Hello. Hello.
And what a fancy house you're building. You've got chooks. Oh my goodness. I do love me a chook. Building in marble as well is quite the feat. Because although you've got marble in the mine right there, marble is a pain in the arse to mine with low mining skill. So not only does it take quite a lot of work to get why do I keep saying marble? It's just too late. Marble. Not only does it take an awful lot of work to actually get decent quality marble, because you'll have a lot of failure rates and a lot of low quality, but then of course you're working with quite low quality materials to make it into bricks. So marble builds are especially special on guidance because you just don't have the skills to make that easy to do. Spacey's got space over there. Slate as well. Slate's quite hard, but I think marble's tougher. Right, guys, I'm going to put you on a be right back screen for like 30 seconds because my cat is over there belligerently trying to flip her crunchy bowl over in protest. So I'm just going to run over there and feed her. I will be right back.
Stop it.
I'm back. Sorry, I appreciate that was in fact quite a bit more than 30 seconds. In a final act of defiance, as I was going to feed her, she then flipped her food bowl all over the floor. So I just had to clean that one up as well. But, right. We got some buck chicks and some ruffled horn, did we? So you don't believe it was, as in don't believe it was lamp-lined before? Do you mean in the way down? It's certainly like quite a striking approach by night time, but I think the last time I was here probably was during the daytime. But I've definitely been down here because I remember coming and seeing these buildings and commenting before, being like, these don't look like starter homes, both because of the marble and because of the footprint. And this one, unless it's, there you go, this one is also sneaky, like it looks like a bigger building than it is, whereas it's actually a bunch of buildings close clustered together. So these are all valid buildings in terms of like tile footprints for guidance, rather than made with shenanigans. I like that there's no actual bed set up in the dorm though, even after all this time. I suppose there might be some on the top floor. But lots of marble being built with here. Like I say, marble would be a pain in the arse. I wonder if part of the reason there is so much marble here is because presumably some of this was built by GMs for the server startup. And this is the lake that I was talking about. It's not so bad over here. This is the bigger lake bit here. But this bit here, just by the academy, this here is super, super shallow. So in order to reasonably get boats across it, you would have to do some dredging, I would think. Because there was, I don't know if there still is, but there was a whole kind of like roadway just right through the middle of this very shallow, puddly bit of lake. Like, I seem to remember running through here on stream, and like every so often I would encounter a tile just deep enough that I started doing the swimming animation, but for the most part, as you can see, it's like it's up to my thighs. So most of it is probably not deep enough, even for a shallow draft boat. There we go, like that, like right there. I just hit a bit of tile just sort of deep enough where for a moment it makes me swim. But there was another one just there as well. That was it. That was the mountain that we climbed up, and I had to abseil halfway back down in pursuit of someone's horse. So we're on the back end of Taka's mansion. Just here now. Quite a hefty amount of bison. Now, okay, so this is interesting. So when they introduced the new fencing rule, did that only apply to new fences that people put down? So if you already had fenced in areas, if you keep maintaining those, did they stay? Or are these special because they're in a GM settlement? Because these are the kind of fenced areas which you would no longer be able to make. But I don't know if it's just because these are a legacy. Yeah, actually that's a good point, because this is one of the few deeds, because you can't deed on guidance, but this is actually a deed. I guess it's not actually, like, these are not beholden to the yard rule, as you say, Vulcan. I guess these are just on deed fences. Now, Spacey had a place here before. It is the same place. There we go. So Spacey had a place here before, and we were talking about bridges. So we came and looked at this last time we were on stream, which would have been, what, about 10 months ago. We came by this house, and before we even saw that sign, I was like, that wall there looks like somebody set this up for a bridge ramp, because the thing that's preventing it is the making of diopters, right? Which are theoretically possible on guidance, but would be a very, very uphill struggle, because although they don't have a hard quality cap that prevents you from making them, I think like making the site was part of the problem there. Like the creation chance is so low, you were relying on getting a particular component part at a high enough level to allow you to make it at all. And I know several people were racing their way towards trying to make the first diopter on guidance, and I don't know if anybody ever actually managed to make one. I don't think I've seen a bridge yet on guidance, which doesn't mean there isn't one, but it was definitely a mission that everybody was still pushing towards the last time I was here, and I wonder if anybody actually managed it in the end. And that space right there was indeed, as the sign says, waiting for a bridge, but the bridge is first waiting for a diopter. So this is the academy down here, which is sort of meant to be a space for GMs to hang out and do stuff, and CMs and staff and volunteers and things, whilst supporting the guidance population, but also just as another space that people could come in and explore, I guess, settle nearby, make use of the resources, the public mine, that kind of thing. So that was the academy, just over there. Remains of what was presumably a house here, given the bed. And that's back to the mine that we popped in to have a look at. So that was the academy back there. This is a nice little lake just over here, though. Does good foundation pillar over there, or an actual pillar? Actual pillar. Wait, South Canal entrance. Canal entrance where? I don't see it. Oh, the canal's there. I was gonna say, like, I don't see a rock face near that. I like how we've got a buoy bobbing around in land as well. Presumably that's because the buoy was placed and then the land was raised. Got a Vin altar just there. At least if you're settling for a while on guidance, if you come and settle anywhere near any of these start towns, you've got ready access to most kinds of metal in the mines, but also ready access to resources like clay and tar and stuff relatively nearby. And the tar is needed for the opening quests and missions. Clay is just needed in general for things, but especially if you have any plans to build in stone. So I'm just going to make my way back up to New Dawn. I might get distracted by things along the way, but I'll make my way back to New Dawn, and then I suppose hop my way back home to Exodus, and wrap up the stream there, as it is coming up for 1:45 in the morning where I am. But I did start late, so it doesn't feel like it's been an overly long stream. I started an hour and a half or so later than I usually would. Passing back past the pom towers. Is that because I haven't turned back up the other way yet? Have I gone the wrong... Have I gone the wrong way? Have I gone the wrong way? Surely not. I've just passed some of the pom towers. West, north. No, I think I just go up here and then the road turns, right? Because New Dawn is up there, as we can see from the beam. I think I just haven't hit my left turn yet. Did make me question myself, though. Moonlit Vardo. Yeah, there we go. So that's where we turned down towards the academy. And I feel like I might have gone back up that pottery road on stream. Like when Calvert and I were out in the cart. That might be the pottery road where I was like, oh, let's go up into the woods. Might have been that one. But there we go. We're on the stretch back up towards New Dawn now. And I can hear wolves howling in the background. Out of interest, for those of you that are still awake, still on stream, can you hear the wolves on stream that I'm hearing? Or do I still need to boost the gain on my worm sounds a little bit more for you to hear them? There's the black sheep that we passed as well. I'm still imagining wolves. Ooh, okay. Right. Well, no, that's good. But while we're here then, tell you what, now seems like a good time for me to mess with the gain and see if that's something that I can boost a little bit more. So let's try popping that up. Like that. Frustratingly, that's also actually boosted it in my headphones as well, which I was kind of hoping that it wouldn't, but yeah, see, it's still not coming up quite that loud. Are you hearing like the crickets and the water sounds on stream? So this gain filter right here, this is how we boosted Calvert's sound so that suddenly Calvert was actually like really audible on his last stream by adding one of these in. But my problem is always that with headphones on, I have to have the worm sounds turned down quite low because otherwise they are overwhelmingly loud. But they always come out really quiet on stream relative to everything else. So I was trying to find a way to boost them for you guys without also boosting them in my headphones, and I don't think I have found that way. But I have to say, it's still not quite as loud as if I had just turned it up hugely on my headphones. So you can hear the crickets. Cool. But not the wolves, that's weird. I mean, the crickets are louder, the wolves are a little bit more distant. But it's quite difficult, I guess, to hear the relative differences in volume when I'm listening through headphones. I find it much, much easier to hear that sort of disparity between volumes when I'm just listening through speakers, and I really, really noticed that with my streams with Calvert as well. On some of the streams where he's been a little bit quieter, all the time that I'm on headphones, I can hear him just fine, but I do find it harder when there's been a disparity between his volume and mine to hear it if I'm listening through speakers. So maybe that's part of the difference as well. See, there was a wolf just there, and an owl, and Valray over there. But my footsteps are way, way louder than the wolves and the owls. I wonder if any of this is to do with ambient sounds and settings as well. Let's have a look. Music volume, footsteps volume. See, footsteps volume is actually quite low. Is the background static going to be like the wolves and the owls and the things? No, that doesn't seem to have affected it. Background static. So you got the owl a little bit, but yeah, nothing compared to the footsteps. I tell you what, we could turn the footsteps down because you don't actually need to hear my footsteps anything like that loud. But it's just like, I'm sad in a way that we can, like, we've got a toggle for ambient sounds. You can turn them on and off, but we've got no access to like relative volumes for those things. And that background static, I don't actually know what that affects because I just turned that up while a wolf was howling and didn't hear a difference, but maybe I need to save it and see if the next owl hoots that much big. No, it doesn't sound any bigger to me. I mean, maybe changing the audio stuff is one of the ones that doesn't save. Some of these settings you can toggle and they change immediately in game, and some indeed don't do until you do a restart. But out of interest, while we're here playing with sounds anyway, for the sake of science, if I turn my worm sounds up in Windows, it's going to get unmanageably loud for me with my headphones. But maybe with the footsteps down, it won't be so bad. It's fine till I get into combat. But I've just doubled the volume, the native volume. The footsteps still sound super loud. Let's just... Because I like having footsteps, but I only need them to be small. But now are you hearing the wolf? Asking for a friend. Because the next time I go mad hunting, trying to find all of the wolves in my local because they're driving me nuts, it would be nice if you guys didn't think I was just going mad. Because I'm now hearing those wolves a little louder than before. Ah, okay, so you can just about hear them now. All right, okay, good. Good. Well, that's something. And this is at a tolerable volume for me with my footsteps turned right down. I suspect as soon as I get into a fight with something, like if I go and find one of those wolves, oh, or that. I don't know if you can hear that, but a gale has just kicked off, and when a gale kicks off, you get this like 5 to 10 seconds of really loud static to tell you the weather's changed, and it's kind of, it's really loud. I'm glad that it doesn't last terribly long. And I hadn't realised that it was signalling a change in the winds until I was musing about it. I can't remember if it was on stream or off stream, but Robbie identified it for me, my alliance mate Robbie. He said it's when there's a gale, because you get it when you first log into Worm. If there's already a gale, you get that really loud static, burst of static. There we go, it's stopped again, for like 10 seconds. And it's telling you the sort of like the wind speed, in a way. So when the weather changes to a gale, which it must have just done, the weather must have just switched up to a gale. Oh no, and it hasn't. Okay, so that's really weird. So we're not even in a gale, we're just in a breeze, but it just gave me that burst of static that normally signifies the beginnings of a gale. That is so weird, because it has so consistently only been gales that did that before. Maybe it just happens anytime the weather changes, or anytime the weather changes and the wind picks up more speed. I don't know. More science required, clearly. Also, look at that. Right, I got distracted off my path because what I was going to do was probably very ill-advisedly see if I can find one of those howling wolves. See, and now the wind's picking up, I think, just because I'm coming into open ground. Is that wind sounding really loud for you guys? Like, louder than the wolves and the owls? Because that's picking up quite high on my kind of, like, on my audio bars there. Right, what am I looking for? I'm looking for wolves, aren't I? Because I suspect now, although I've turned up worm sounds and they were tolerable...
Time for science.
It is fairly loud. Okay, so is it distractingly loud? Like, is it drowning me out, or is it just drowning out the other ambient sounds? And now we're getting rain on top of that, which is also quite loud. And as I turn around, what I'm hearing in my headphones, because we get directional sound, as I turn around, the direction that I'm hearing these sounds for changes, which also changes the volume. But I guess you guys are not getting that surround sound effect as I turn around. Because, you know, you're not going to get the directional sound translated through yours. I'm only getting it through mine. I wonder if that also affects the consistency of volume that you guys hear relative to me. Can't spot any of those wolves. I kind of want to go get into a fight because I have a horrible suspicion that although I'm finding the worm sounds manageable, although louder than I would like, this volume for me, so that you guys can hear them at all for you, I think when I go and get into combat, that might be really loud for you and me, but especially for me. But first I would need to find something to fight. And those wolves are not howling anymore, so I wonder if they were right on the peripheries of local. It's hard to say. But now I've come down to lower ground again, at least the wind's stopped. I think when I go back up that hill, it's going to pick up again. Now, the owls are ambient, I know, but I think we determined that the wolf howls actually come from actual wolves and are not just ambient sounds. And we know this in part because there are wolves around whenever it happens, but also because Calvert and I checked and we were both hearing the wolves at the same time, whereas the owls we don't hear at the same time. So the owls are ambient sounds and are different for every client. Whereas the wolves we were hearing as like a thing happening within our local at the same time. It would be very confusing if there were also wolf howls in the ambient sounds as well as wolf howls actually coming from wolves, but I don't think that's the case. Out of interest, do I get... Oh, I do get info. Right. Where have we got wolves? No hostile... Okay, there are no wolves. That's why I'm not hearing them howl anymore. So I think they must have been back that way, and I only get info once a day. They're probably quite a way away back there. Never mind, we'll carry on. But if I go back up this hill, those wind sounds are probably about to kick in again, which would make it due to altitude, I guess. Some of those wind sounds. I wonder how much of it's altitude, if at all, and how much of it is kind of open ground, if at all. I know when you step out onto steppe, which is of course wide open, you get those sounds which have just now kicked in. That kind of like wind-swept plains. But it's interesting. I don't know quite what causes the trigger, like what triggers them, but it's clever when it comes and goes. Like we've noticed when we've been out treasure hunting in particular, the way the ambient sounds change as you start to get close to water, as you get into more open ground. Not distractingly loud for you, Vulcan, but noticeable. Can you still hear the owls, at least, over the top of the wind? There's no wolves to howl, but... See, and now the wind's gone again. Cool. Now I'm hearing wolves again. You sods. But they weren't in my local before, so they're probably a fair way away in my local now, I'd have thought. Got bison over there. I wouldn't imagine there's too many very close to guidance either, because if they wander onto guidance, close to New Dawn either, because if they wander onto New Dawn, the guards would get them. It's got Templars. So they're probably right out on the edges and not easily huntable. I mean, you do sometimes get animals clustered around start towns, but they tend to be few and far between because they just get taken out by players or taken out by guards. Let's go and have a little look-see up here just in case, though. Up this steep and uneven hillside a bit. No, I just missed your comments in local Taka. So your mining's 30, stone cutting 30. Yeah, and I bet the marble was still very hard work to obtain. Mountains and steppe are windy, yeah. But see, I didn't step into steppe just there, but I increased altitude and I got into slightly more open terrain. But interestingly, it can't just be altitude if it's altitude at all, because even though I kept getting higher up, at some point, that kind of open area wind stopped again as I was coming up this hill. Like we got a burst of it round about here, and then by the time I got to about here, it suddenly stopped again. Which does make me wonder what causes it. Maybe it's the elevation of the terrain relative to you, because I think that's something that Calvert and I commented on before as well. Like when we were going along a path with like high terrain beside us, the wind had dropped, and as soon as there was no longer terrain at an elevation next to us and we were on a relative flat plane, then the wind picked up again, as it would. Right. Can we find... It doesn't need to be a wolf even, but can I find something aggressive to fight and see if my fight sounds are overwhelming or not? Just moused over something over here. It's probably a horse, though. Or similar. We'll find out. I think the nastiest things you get on guidance are like bears, probably. Mountain lions? You get mountain lions, but you get crabs. Crabs can be a bit pinchy. I think bears are as bad as it gets, though, because you don't get spiders on guidance, right? Not that spiders are terribly hard at all. In fact, I'd say bears sometimes hit harder, but... Bears, rats, wolves, wild cats we get on guidance. Most of the passives. Although I don't know... I'm not sure if I've ever seen unicorns on guidance. I assume guidance probably has some unicorns, right? Oh, I'm definitely getting closer now. I heard that. That was really loud. Sheep over there. Where are you? That was so loud. He's got to be close by. Bison over there. Where are you? Use my one and only get info for the day as well. Should have waited till I heard wolfies again. Right, Madoon. So in fairness, he was particularly loud for me as well then there, and that's how I know I'm getting close. Because they are also... the sounds also are relative to how close you are to them. They're not only directional, so you can kind of... In fact, I'll tell you what, that's what I should do. I should stop spinning around. Wait for him to howl, because that should tell me which direction-ish. No, I need to turn. He might be behind me. But sometimes if you turn as they're howling, you can narrow down the direction, because you almost get like a sort of like a Doppler effect as you turn your head around. Where the sound is will move about. Come on, howl again. These are all going to be donkeys and sheep. There's something dark over there, but I can't quite make out. But I think it might just be a bush. Okay, right, I turned around. He's over in this direction somewhere. Because as I span around, the way that you do that, if you've never tried doing that before, when he's mid-howl, if you turn your head, I turned my head this way, and then I heard the sound move as I turned my head, which kind of tells me the direction he's in. It's sometimes quite hard to tell if you're static, but if you turn whilst they're making the sound, sometimes you turn... Bloody hell. Did you guys hear the thunder? I can tell I turned my web sounds up because that made me jump. Wow. Hello, Alan Key. Oh my god, I almost just leapt out of my skin. Oh, oh super loud. Somewhere over here? Oh. I mean, there's 2 or 3, which isn't helping because I'm not always hearing whichever's the closest. But there is one super loud. So he must be near-ish here. Kind of feel like maybe somewhere over here. Got sheep and bison. Oh, so you heard the thunder, right? It was so loud it made me jump. And I mean, I love thunder in Worm, but obviously I've just turned my Worm sounds up in this kind of tweaking bit of science and experimentation for you guys. So that thunder really caught me off guard. Properly made me jump. Okay, that's the further away. There's a really loud one somewhere here. Where? I'm sure there's a knack to this that I've not quite yet acquired. Hunting wolves in the dark. But come on, howl again. There's one nearby. There's a really loud one. Where is he? Where is he? Gosh, someone has been tree felling. Look at that. Where are you, Wolfie? Could be anywhere down in the thick of those woods, or could be back the other way, to be honest. Just kind of mousing over in case I happen to catch a sign of life. That's the close by one. This is going to be like the treehouse build all over again. Crim's like, I'm just going to go do this thing. I'll be 5 minutes. And then half an hour later, I'm still skulking around the woods being like, where is it? Where is it, the fucker? Why can't I find it? Good night, Ruffle. Thank you. I will be wrapping up soon. I've distracted myself, and now I'm like, I need to find one. I mean, I need to find something to fight for fight sound volume, but no, there's wolves here, god damn it. I just need to find one. I think they're back the other way, you know. At least it's clearer ground up here, but clearly not clear enough for me to spot the wolf. Well, Alan, unfortunately you've come just towards the end of tonight's stream because we've been going for a few hours and but we're out on guidance because it's been almost a year since guidance opened, the tutorial server. So I'm currently just over here, this side of the start town on Guidance New Dawn. We went up to Seal Lake, which is this bit here, which is where Mimas and Ruffle and Madoon and I all settled starter tunes when guidance first opened to come and just kind of see what was happening over here, help the community out a little bit. So we went back and had a look at Seal Lake, and we had at one point a cluster of like, I don't know, 10 or 12 residences around it. There's now 1. So this has largely been abandoned. Moomin had a place just down here that we went back there as well. My rowboat that I built sometime last year is still intact, amazingly. So we went out for a little bit of a sail around here. Couldn't spot any sharks because I promised Moomin I would hug a shark if I could find one. And had a look away down this coast. And then we went down to the academy here, which is the GM run settlement, one of the only deeds on guidance because you can't deed here. Had a look around this area, and now we're just back up here, and I was on my way back up to New Dawn to wrap up the stream, pop through the portal back home, and then I started messing around with sounds to try and get worm ambient sounds at a level where you guys can hear it. Because we're right on the edge of New Dawn here, because this is the New Dawn border, and obviously he's not going to be over there because the gods would have got him. And so I was just trying to find something to fight, because I suspect having turned ambient sounds up, fight sounds are going to be dead loud. But also, I can hear a wolf howling, but can I find him? Can find bison, can find bulls, lots of felled trees. But I can hear the wolves howl, but I cannot spot them to go pick fights with them. It's interesting, and I don't think I've ever noticed before, but the owl ambient sounds also come at different volumes as well, which makes them feel directional, except of course they don't actually exist in the game. But it's cool that the ambient sounds also come at different volumes to give you that sense of a more dynamic environment. See, that makes it sound like the wolves are up here. If I turn my head when they howl, I can sort of get a little bit of a beat on direction. But I mean, I said that earlier and I still haven't found them yet, so maybe I'm talking out my arse, you know. It's always possible. Or maybe the game's just set up to fool me. Can we find a wolfie? Let's go find out. I love this game. Ah, how's that, guys? And we got a little Grimbleet here as well. Clearly whoever loves this game was here for Halloween. Although, 52 damage, 77. Hopefully they've moved on to another server now. Jesus loves you. That's, I mean, you can rename gravestones actually, can't you? So you could rename it to anything. Come on, Wolfie, where are you? Normally they find me with no issues at all. And we had all those wolves that we fought earlier. Missed opportunities to mess with sound levels there. I'm not even finding, like, you know, rats and cats and lions and things out. I mean, we are very close to the start town, and in fairness, you tend to find there's very little aggressive creature population close to the start town. But still. See, I got really close to the wolf sounds, and now they are all far away again. I think I've cocked up my my trying to hunt them down by sound, because they're all now at a relative distance. And we've had no more thunder, which makes me sad, but it did also make me jump out of my skin, so maybe that's a good thing. You just get me in, like, perpetual spook mode otherwise. Let's just kind of peek down here. What have we got on the road? Those look like bison, but they're not yet close enough to be moused over. There we go, that one is indeed a bison. I'm pretty sure that the next one will be as well. Considering how little I can see, and it's dark and I haven't got my glasses on. Like, can identify most creatures from just, like, the blob shape of them in the distance. Except for wolves. Come on. Come on. They're just going to taunt me for forever. At some point, I'm just going to have to give up and I'm going to have to go back to the portal. She says, and then does not give up. Bit of a sunk cost fallacy here as well. I feel like I must be nearly at a wolf by now. It's not true at all. I could still be nowhere near them. Kind of amazed, though, that I'm not seeing any aggressive creatures in this woodland. Like, none at all, not even like a goblin. I'd settle for a goblin. I love a goblin death rattle. I just need something that's going to take more than a few hits for me to kill it. To see if I'm just deafened by fight sounds with where I'm turned up. Yeah, I hear you. I think you're being tricksy. I think they're Marco Poloing. But evidently, I'm just not good enough at interpreting where from. Think it might be time to go back. those are the bison. I didn't see anything out this way. On a quick scroll over. God, that was a really loud owl. Maybe the owl sounds do actually come from the environment. Maybe they come from like particular trees or something. Or maybe there are secretly owls in Worm. And we just, none of us have ever seen them because they don't take flight. That's some lore I could get behind. You know, it's like the invisible ducks. Maybe we also have invisible owls. In the middle of a road. Come on. Where's it on mouse over? Not a single aggressive mob. Like, not anywhere. Surely. Surely. Just a little goblin. Just a little something. What am I? I've just moused over there something several times. But I think I'm mousing over something that's actually just the other side of the hill. Where are you? I'm not imagining it right. I just kept clipping over something with a health bar. Oh. It's a cow. Right, that should be a weather change. And yet, breeze coming from the east. Has it changed direction, even? Breeze coming from the east? It hasn't. So that's super weird. Why are we now getting that? A gale starting up. Bit of static. Because on the other servers, this will last for like 10, 15 seconds and then it'll stop. And on the other servers, this denotes the wind switching to a gale, but not on guidance. I don't think the wind has even changed direction. It's still a breeze from the east. Super weird. Unless there's something else that triggers it as well. Bison down there. Still no Aggie mobs though. Ooh. Rare Guard Tower? Is that another GM Guard Tower? It's not a name I recognise, or did somebody actually rare a Guard Tower? Did a player rare a Guard Tower after all? Torrigs of Guidance. Yeah, just like the Secret Ducks Vulcan. Is this a GM tower? It's off the main beaten path. Yeah, I'd have thought player made as well. So somebody has actually made a rare guard tower. Like legit on guidance. If that's not a GM spawn, we'll tell by the quality. Yeah, look at that. Well done them. Because the GM ones I think are all up to quality 50. Pretty good. Of course, I've now wandered so far off path. There's bloody wolves! I've now wandered so far off the path that I've probably actually gone halfway around the other side of New Dawn. And it would be quicker to go cross-country probably than to try and go back to the main road. But still... Oh, wait, what was over there? Bison. God damn it! God damn it! I could fight a bison, but I won't. I don't want to go picking fights with passive animals. Not even for my own curiosity and for the sake of science. It's not even like I'm passing near creatures, but just failing to mouse over them, because most of them would probably make a bit of a beeline for me. I'm certainly not going to be mistaken for a noob. And some of them have got a decent pull range. Although I don't know actually if their pull ranges been reduced at all for guidance. Does anybody know? I don't think they've been messed with, but wouldn't swear to it. You can hear a fire crackling somewhere nearby though. Who have we got in local? Tierra. Random anvil on a path. Well, okay, if all else fails, I tell you what, if I'm not finding anything to fight on guidance, I suppose it doesn't have to be exclusive to guidance. If I go back to New Dawn, hop through a portal, instead of logging out just at the portal on Exodus, I'll just hop on my horse and ride back to Thule, which is a 1-minute ride away, and there will definitely be plenty of things to attack me on the way back to there. Because there just always are. They always swipe at us on the way to the portal and stick us in cooldown mode. Now, if I get up to nice high ground, can I spot the way back to New Dawn? Ooh. Is this a fallen deed? Or is that... It certainly looks like it, doesn't it, with all of these animals lying around? Because that is a non-bred Appaloosa. But it is being taken care of. So this looks like someone's penned-in area has decayed. And these animals, maybe people are not in this local very often, or maybe they're just clustering on high ground, because animals do sometimes do that. Now, on the plus side, since they introduced that nice guidance beam, I suppose I could just scan around till I see it. It's over there. So let's head our way back to... Did I just say new guidance? Let's just head our way back to New Dawn. If I encounter anything to fight on the way, I will. If not, I'm going to go pick a fight with something on Exodus. Just so we can hear those audio levels before I wrap up the stream for the night. But it is now 2:15. So I did indeed spend half an hour hunting mystery wolves that I did not find. Well done me. Also appear to have come quite a way, because that's a bit further away than I thought I was. Whoop! That's an exciting dip. God, that owl was loud. As soon as I stop looking for wolves as well, sod's law, I'm just going to run across one, aren't I? That looks like a road that I can take up to New Dawn. Good night, Madoon. I know I've been saying I'm going to wrap up the stream soon, but I definitely am now going to wrap up the stream soon. This little road here should take me back up to the portal. And if nothing fights me on the way, I won't have to wait for a cooldown to step through the portal. Because those cooldowns can be frustrating. So we should be able to step straight through and go pick a fight on the other side at least. See, now the wind's picking up again, but I'm in a divot. There's not... Like, I haven't just stepped onto high ground. I am quite near a mountainside, so maybe it's picking up on, like, the bare rock terrain and using that as a trigger. Who knows? Who knows? Now, where was that beam? Somewhere up here, right? There it is. Sour candy to keep me going. There we go. I have, in fact, come all the way round New Dawn, back out to the other side. That looks a bit steep. I'll stick to the road. Dogs don't howl, right? Tell me they don't. I'm sure they don't. Well, it didn't do that howl anyway. Hellhounds definitely do, though. We discovered this last time. I think it's just hellhounds and wolves. Bloody hell. That is a wemp farm and a half. Goodness me. Right, there's the portal. We're going to go hop through it. Retrieve my horse. And pick a fight with the scorpion. Or something like it. On the way back to Thule. I suppose I don't actually want to go back to Thule because all of my stuff is on a toon by the Exodus portal. But it won't be difficult to find some mobs nearby, at least. So I can find one before I end the stream. So, it was nice to see you again, Guidance. Not going to be coming back and settling another toon here. But it was nice to go and look and see how this has changed. Some of the ways it's changed, some of the ways it's not changed. How some of the infrastructure's changed, and just go and have a look at Seal Lake again. But enough for now. So, through we go. Oh, it only takes me to... Yeah, because I have to go... I can only go back to the server that I came from. I don't even get, like, the choice, like, the server portal choosy screen from there. Let's get my horse off this guy. Oh my goodness. Look at all these horses I have access to. And only one of them besides mine is one I meant to have access to. That's where people have got horses where everybody's got perms set for them. This champion bramble horse abroad of mine, which shows us not cared for, it is in fact an immortal horse. A few times people are like, you know your horse isn't cared for, right? But it is a very good horse. It's a 4-speed immortal ebony champion. So it is perfectly okay. Right, let's go pick a fight with something. Hopefully before I get all the way back to Thule, so that then I can close up the stream and just double back to go and actually pick up my gear off the random toon that I left it all on. Thankfully, we are not short of mobs spawning in the very, very short distance between Easter and Thule Spring, because it's sort of the bane of our lives when we ride back and forth to portals. Tell you what, my ambient sound sounds super loud now. You got a 3-speed immortal ebony. Nice. Like, those crickets are super loud. And there we go, as we get away from the water, they quieten down again. Just coming up on Calvert's Arena over there, we've got some passives here. And the wind's picking up again. Interesting. Because I don't think there's any bare rock terrain nearby. We're obviously not in open ground. I haven't yet reached the desert. And we're not at high altitude. I wish I knew what kicked off that particular bit of ambient sound. But now's when I find out someone's gone hunting and cleared the desert. Oh no! Calvert's been working on a nice new road running through here, so this very shiny new road through the desert is his work. Just in the past few weeks. Can you stop jabbing me for food, madam? I'm sure there will be a new spawn over here. There's always mobs in these deserts, unless they've been killed super recently. There's almost always something to fight here. We've got some hell horses over there, which I don't really want to pick a fight with. Oh, sod's law. There we go. Right, let's go fight that. Might make me wince. Might be alright, we'll see. Final bit of science for the day. Now I've turned all my volumes up. Don't want to fight that tortoise. How loud? How loud is fighting going to be? Still don't have my life transfer weapon. Oh, that's loud! I reckon that's really loud for you guys as well. Let's turn that down a little bit. God, you know what? I wish... That's... How loud is that? Right, okay. That's what I thought. See, this is the problem. Because there's no... Also, whoops. I've just realised the problem. I haven't got my stuff on. You know what? That's enough of an experiment. I haven't got my stuff on, and fighting scorpions with a bad sword and no armour to speak of. In fact, it might even be worse than that. Has it just taken all my armour back off again? Or am I still wearing... Oh, it's taken all my armour back off again. No wonder it was giving me a beating. Because when I went through the portal, it's disarmed me of everything. I really wish that Worm had a toggle for fight sounds that was separate from the toggles for all of the other sounds, because that is the problem that I have over and over, not just for streaming, but also for like my gaming in general. Because the fight sounds are just so much louder than the ambient sounds that if you turn it up for ambient sounds, then the fight sounds are just overwhelming. And if we could just control the fight sounds separately from the rest, it would be so much easier to balance those. But alas, we cannot. So whilst I ride myself back to Isert to go and get the rest of my gear, and then I suppose heal myself up because I've just faced a scorpion with no gear and I think possibly also no weapon. Yep, didn't even have a weapon equipped. Let's put us through to the cooldown screen. So Archdale is not on Exodus, and obviously it is not on Guidance, but because I spend so little time on Celebration on stream, this is not actually a market that I've had a chance to show off yet. So if you're ever over on Celebration, or if you're out sailing about, this is super easy to get to by boat. It's just on the southwest shore of Celebration. This is Zarame's place at his deed, Archdale. There's a nice little cluster of merchants around a little slate dock. So maybe that's one to go and visit if you haven't already. Thank you for coming and hanging out on stream. Sorry for bursting your eardrums just there, testing out my fight sounds eventually. But it was nice to take a little gander around Guidance with most of the people who were with me on Guidance originally in the chat at some point across the course of the evening. So I will be back next weekend with the lovely Bunlows. We will be out treasure hunting again, which we haven't done for a couple of months, over on release. So hopefully I will see some of you guys then. I couldn't tell you if and when Calvert and I will be out streaming again, because he seems to be on a little bit of a break. But hopefully I will see you again at least next Saturday, if not before. So thanks for coming and hanging out. Those of you that are still left and haven't already slipped off to bed, take care, everybody. And if you haven't already seen it, go read that very exciting development update that Samul posted on the forums this afternoon, because there's lots of good stuff in there to get excited about. We just need to actually see it happen now. Good night, Vulcan. Good night, anybody else who's still around. Good night, Taka, if you're still there, and Alan Key, and anyone who is lurking. See you guys later. Take care.